Introducing.
A dirter. Dirt.
Introducing. Introducing. Well, holy cow.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
I leave for 2 minutes to get ready, and then we get an enormous raid from KJ ANE Karen. K Jane Karen, thank you so much, holy cow, for the raid, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It is really good to have you here. We're going to get into things in just a few minutes. We've got a brand new dinosaur to discuss, just published, but first, KJ and Karen, how did your stream go? Sorry, I'm a little bit thrown off kilter here. I'm not used to getting such an awesome raid during the starting soon screen. So welcome, Raiders. If any of you are still here, please stick around. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, and, well, shoot. I really appreciate you bringing your viewers in. How did your stream go? Okay, Jane, I hope it was really, really good. Holy moly. Yeah. Is anybody still here from the raid? I'm looking through the chat, and, please, say hello if you'd like to. But yeah. Anyway, introductions. My name is Danny. I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I talk about here on Twitch. St. Pope.
There are some things we don't want to know. Important things.
Oh boy, St. Pope, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Holy cow. Yeah. Fantastic. We're going to be talking about armored dinosaurs today because there was a brand new one, new genus and new species just published out of China just a few days ago in the journal Historical Biology. So we're going to be going over that original paper. We'll be talking about why armored dinosaurs are important, and we'll be going over some recent research on these critters in general. Armored dinosaurs like Borealopelta right here. There we go. I've got a lovely scale model of this critter. We'll be talking about why these animals are so special and why they don't get nearly the attention they deserve, too. Simon Phoenix, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. For all the new folks, though, why don't we start off with a quick little welcome video from our good friend, previously recorded Danny. Without further ado, I'm gonna bring him by. In fact, he's sneaking up behind us right now as we speak. He's going to tell you a little bit about who I am, what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch in the first place, and all that good stuff. Golganek, thank you for gifting Mizavet. I appreciate that, Golganek. Thank you. And, well, previously recorded, Danny. Take it away.
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out.
When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that
I
movie.
did consult on all
And
those
they
movies.
said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs.
For example, here's Trirarchuncus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020.
One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did.
And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction.
I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his field a discouraging world, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you can afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. And to everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny, and of course, thank you even more to KJ Karen. K-Jane Caron, I appreciate the raid. I really, really do. Let's get you another shout out here. Yeah, I hope you had an excellent time doing some just chatting. I'm glad you could drop by and bring everybody else. Again, we are talking about ankylosaurs today. These wonderful armored dinosaurs. I apologize for being late today. I normally like to start right at 1 p.m. nowadays, but I was in Berkeley earlier today, attending a seminar talk. And even with my train and my bus being on time, still got here a little bit late. Man, there's something on my camera lens or something. No, anyway. But yeah, it was nice to be able to see some old friends like you see right here. Both fossil and human, too. Tuesdays are kind of a tricky day for me because the seminar talks start at 11 a.m. and they go until noon. I'm supposed to stream at 1, and it usually takes just over an hour to get home. And then I've got to get everything set up. I've got to usually reboot my computer so that OBS will cooperate. I've got to eat lunch real quick. I'll try and do better in the future, just being ready to go right after 1 p.m., but today was as quick as I could do it, so I appreciate everybody's patience. We're going to have a fun stream today, talking about some of everybody's favorites, the armored dinosaurs in this brand new one that we've got recently described just over the last few days from China. Sirik says, does that Rex have a special name? This is the Wonkel Rex. The original specimen number was MOR 555 from Museum of the Rockies. It's the same one that we have here in the chat. Here, and also our starting soon screen with the Rex jaws, that Rex skull. That's the same specimen right there. Yeah. Terminator Pig says, I refuse to drive in San Francisco. Yeah, traffic can be lousy. Public transit is so much better.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism.
I think I agree with you there. And Oscar Jr.'s, thank you for the 18 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here. Yeah, I take public transit whenever I can. It's more convenient. You don't have to deal with the hassle of parking and bridge fare and everything else, traffic. It's one of the things I really love about the Bay Area is that we do have robust public transit, and it was only a few years ago that I got a car. It's almost a big pain in the butt to have a car here. It's easier to not have to worry about that kind of thing. Oh yeah, yeah, parking. There you go, Lenina. Exactly. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Tuesdays can be later starts. I mean, we'll see, Crimson Carnotaurus, but I like having that consistent schedule, as consistent as I can make it. When I can just say, yeah, 1 p.m. California time, and that's that, you know? So we'll see. Rila Rolo says, I watched Jurassic Park, the first one, with my 11-year-old son yesterday. Did he like it? That's one of my favorite movies. It has been for a long, long time. It's a modern classic. I hope you enjoyed it. Can you still say modern classic? The movie's more than 30 years old? I guess you probably can. My closed captions aren't on. Let's get those things started up here. Testing. Let's run some dinosaur genus names past this thing. Like, let's do some Morrison sauropods. Like Diplodocus, Apatosaurus, Camarasaurus, Haplocanthosaurus. Oh, come on, you can do it. Haplocanthosaurus. Nope, not quite. Haplocanthosaurus. Almost. Haplocanthosaurus is a Morrison Formation sauropod. Doesn't get a lot of attention, but it's an important critter. If you ever visit Vernal, Utah, or the Cleveland Museum of Natural History, that I think it's open nowadays. Excellent. They just renovated recently. I was there a couple summers ago, and it was all closed down. But the Fieldhouse Museum in Vernal, Utah, has got a Haplocanthosaurus on display. It's one of these underappreciated sauropods from the Morrison Formation, late Jurassic of North America. Late Jurassic of the United States. It's not in Mexico or Canada, so I guess I can just say late Jurassic of the U.S. But anyway, yeah. Haplocanthosaurus. That's how I'm pronouncing it from now on. Oh no, Lenina. Is that the new Tradoon? There you go, Golganecula. Brachiosaurus, Barosaurus, and Supersaurus. There you go, Crimson Carnotaurus, yeah. Yeah. Who knows, it might turn out that Supersaurus is just a super big Barosaurus, though. There's some stuff going on with Morrison sauropods. There's some shakeups occurring with these critters. As we continue to figure out their stratigraphy, like where these guys actually belong in the rock record, where each of them come from, there's yeah, some things are gonna change, I think. Some things are gonna change. There's a really interesting talk, or a couple of really interesting talks at SVP a couple weeks ago. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. One of them was about variation in Barosaurus vertebrae. It turns out that so many of the different features that we use to diagnose differences between these different sauropods, so many of those features are no good. They vary not just between individuals of the same species, but they vary in the same animal. You might have one side of the vertebra that looks a certain way, the right side, and the left side of the same vertebra looks different and is missing some of those features that might be diagnostic for the taxon as a whole. And so there's a lot of variation here, and oh boy. I predict a lot of these sauropod genera that have been named in recent years are gonna be sunk. A lot of these critters from the Morrison are, well, a lot of that diversity is probably illusory, but we'll see. Yeah. Luke and Leo says, is it hot in your office? No? I can prove it to you.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? I won't get angry if you aren't. What?
There we go, right there. It is indeed not hot in here. 70.2 degrees Fahrenheit. 47%, oh, 50% humidity over here. Anyway. Yeah. Pretty pleasant, I'll say. We know that thermo. There you go, Claire Bird. That's the same one that I used in the field this past summer. I don't remember if I purchased it or if it was a gift from a generous chatter. But, yeah, holy cow, that was very useful when I was doing field work this past July and August. Yeah.
This evening. I kind of doubt he'll show up during the stream, but we'll see. And we're expecting some more volunteers joining us soon too, including Nick from San Diego. So it's gonna be good.
It was really hot this day.
Hello, everybody. Claire Burr.
Let's see if the thermometer pops up
It's
at
good to
any
see you,
point.
Claire. Missed you yesterday. Mr.
Always good to
Christoph,
see you, Claire.
Goldenek, Lasjoma, Albatra. Yeah, I remember my first field season in Montana, being able to just watch a rain cloud go by. And like, I don't know, back home in the Bay Area, it's like, if it's going to rain that day, it's going to rain that day.
It's going to rain all day.
It just rains everywhere, you know?
Yeah.
You know, it's a rainy day. And here it's just like, there's just one cloud moving across the landscape, you know, like a lost B-52 bomber. It's just like dropping this big payload of rain, and then it just goes away.
Good stuff. Anyway, if you want to watch some of those VODs, here's one of them. It'll take you to the YouTube page, and digging up dinosaurs live from the field is what I do during the summers. We stream that as often as we can, usually 7 days a week while I'm out in the field. try and take use of every opportunity to do that kind of science outreach. When I was a kid, I would have given so much to be able to watch live broadcasts from a dinosaur dig, you know? And now I get to do that. I get to share that with the world, and it's such a privilege to be able to do that kind of outreach. Yeah. Good stuff. Anywho. Yeah. Cirque says, I'm not sure, but to me, T-Rex being a giant bird could explain the arms. Well, a T-Rex is not a bird, it's a tyrannosaur. And Geraldosaurus Rex says, you look like a dinosaur scientist. Super cool, my dude. Thank you, Geraldosaurus Rex. It sounds like you're in the right place, judging by your username. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Let me know if you've got any questions, huh? Anyway, the reason why Tyrannosaurus and birds, like, say, chickens, might look very similar in terms of their skeletal anatomy is because they're related. These are both animals that are part of Theropoda. Both T-Rex and other meat-eating dinosaurs, and chickens and other birds, belong to this same group called Theropoda. The theropods are the two-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs. So any meat-eating dinosaur you can think of is a theropod. Unless, of course, we're talking about Mark Whitten's Tyrannosaur-eating Styracosaurus. Forget that one. Every other meat-eating dinosaur you can think of is a theropod. From Oviraptorosaurs, like this guy right here, all covered with feathers, to critters like Velociraptor. These are all theropods. Here's a neat reconstruction of Tyrannosaurus with feathers. I kind of doubt that T-Rex had full-on feathers like that when it was an adult. But like you see in Prehistoric Planet, there we go. I suspect that these guys probably had feathers when they were young.
Have over 2,000 pounds of easy meat.
And then later on in ontogeny, they probably lost those because they would have no longer needed them for insulation. So here's some baby T-Rex right here. Some little juvies, little juveniles, next to an adult.
T-Rex has the most powerful jaws in nature. And can bite with the force of over 5 tons. The young are keen for a taste, but he's not sharing it. It's time for them to learn to hunt for themselves.
See? Look at the babies with the that feathering right there. This makes a lot of sense. The larger you get as especially an endothermic animal that generates its own body heat from within, the larger you get, the more heat you generate, and the more of a problem it becomes to, like, dump excess heat, you know? You're gonna have a surfeit of heat, too much. Juveniles might have more difficulty, since they have a higher surface area to volume ratio. They're losing heat all the time, so they need a way to help keep that in. But the larger you get, the more your surface area to volume ratio drops. And so you're not dumping enough heat. So sort of like with elephants, where like a baby elephant might have a lot more hair than an adult. You know, they could be downright fuzzy. The adults lose that because they're much bigger. For them, the problem is overheating. They don't want to overheat. Shoot. And so they lose that hair. I suspect it was probably the same thing with Tyrannosaurus and feathers. This is the biggest Tyrannosaur that we have. They can be up to like 5+ tons full adult weight. And, yeah. Does that make sense? And was T-Rex a gigantotherm? I don't think so, Deathsaurus. Gigantothermy, chat, is this idea that, like, once you reach a certain size, your body just generates enough heat that you don't really need to burn calories to maintain your body temperature. I don't think that was the case with Tyrannosaurus. I do think that they were actively burning calories to run their metabolism to generate their own body heat. But they wouldn't have had to do it as much as juveniles. In fact, we can see this in their histology. You look at the growth rate of Tyrannosaurus, and we know that they had crazy metabolisms when they were young. Like, they're generating all this body heat, they're putting all of these calories into growth. They've got like a supercharged metabolism when they're really young, and then they go through this huge growth spurt in their teenage years. Greg Erickson has done some work on this. I wonder if we can find... It's always nice to find a video. I wonder if we can find any videos on this. Tyrannosaur growth. Here we go. Let's try this.
For over 150 million years, dinosaurs roamed the Earth. 65 million years ago, they became extinct.
66.
For scientists,
we've got better
looking to
dates.
piece together the mysteries of these animals, fossilized bones are among the only clues left.
Yeah.
Perhaps the greatest mystery about dinosaurs, like
Sorry about the quality in this video,
Field
but
Museum, is how did they get so big?
I'm glad we had anything at all.
Over 20 feet tall and 40 feet long, Sue is the world's largest
And there you go,
Tyrannosaurus
Carnotaurus,
Rex.
yeah.
How she got that big is tied up in yet another mystery. How long?
Realer says, doesn't hair also prevent the sun burning the skin? To a certain extent, but like there are a lot of animals that would be an issue for, and they have other adaptations to prevent that, like hippos, for instance. You know, these animals are susceptible to sunburn. They spend a lot of time in the water, but they don't develop fur to deflect the sun. That wouldn't be good for them because that would overheat. I think overheating is more of a danger. Instead, hippos will actually sweat their own kind of like sunscreen onto themselves. It's this pinkish kind of fluid. It's pretty bizarre. Yeah. I wonder if this will be any good. Let's roll the dice on this video. And Yoakum, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Secrete natural sunscreens.
Yep.
Hippopotamuses secrete a red oily substance that acts as a natural sunscreen, protecting their sensitive skin from the sun's harmful rays. This
Yep.
secretion also has antibiotic properties, guarding against infections. Hippos use it for communication.
In
and
at number
territory
8, we have the
marking by
Tradoon.
Realer Rolo, thank you for the 10 months of support. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
it on their bodies.
Thanks for
It's
keeping
often
me
referred to as
online for
blood
this one.
sweating, but it's not actual blood. This remarkable
Yeah.
adaptation helps aquatic giants thrive in their environment.
Anyway, good stuff. Hippos are really interesting, and again, if you're going to study dinosaurs, like I do, it helps to know a thing or two about modern animals. Like we talked about yesterday, the present is the key to the past in a lot of ways, and well, yeah. I'm sure that'll come up again today multiple times. Gameverse Man, thank you so much for the 6 months at tier 2. Holy cow. Gameverse Man, Thank you, thank you. That is a first-time subscription, and for whatever reason, our first-time subscription alerts are not working, but thank you for that, that commitment to supporting the channel for the next half a year at Tier 2, no less. That means you'll get to use these emotes, our Sinusoropteryx emotes. We're gonna be painting one of those critters pretty soon here. Let me go get it, and I'll show you. Had this on the screen yesterday in our background, but this is a life-size, or maybe slightly larger than life-size, Sinusoropteryx model that we 3D printed. And I'll be painting this. We actually know what colors this critter was. We talked about this multiple times over the past week. I don't want to go over it again, unless people are super curious. But those are Tier 2 and above emotes, so you've got access to those. Gameverse Man, yes indeed. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Rila Rolo says, I appreciate you answering everyone's questions, Danny. Subscribed or not, thanks. I try, Rila Rolo, I try. That's my reason I'm here, you know? I see that as my job. Consider me your friendly neighborhood paleontologist. You know? If you've got questions, I'll do my very best to answer them in good faith. Enthusiastically, thoroughly, and with humility. So yeah. Let me put this back, and then I saw some other questions in chat. Hang on a second. There we go. I think Gravity had something to say. Let me scroll up. Speaking of SVP, could you please pass me your scientific poster for translation to Spanish? Oh, if you really want, Gravity, yeah. Here, it'll be... Do you have OCR, optical character recognition? Because it's an image file. That might be kind of difficult. I can try and send you a PDF. You know what? Send me an email at paleontologizing@gmail.com, Gravity. Remind me to send it to you, and I'll try and send you a file that has the text on it. But I've got other parts of the text that are in image format, and it's going to be tricky. You're very resourceful. Clearly, Gravity. I appreciate you. That'd be lovely. Yeah. And Demon Princess got a great question. Thank you for reposting it, Claire. Do we infer that dinosaurs produce their own heat by the relation to birds that do so, or is there a way to prove this? Oh boy, Demon Prince. That is not a stupid question at all. That is one of the big overarching research questions about dinosaurs over the past 40 years. Or longer, past 50 years, really. I can find you a clip to kind of lay the groundwork for this discussion. Here we go. The Dorling Kindersley Eyewitness series. Does anybody remember this? I ask this every time, but this will, I'm sure, bring on waves of nostalgia for some viewers here. And Be at Easel. Well, thank you for the raid, Be at Easel. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. How did your art stream go? I hope it was real good. Welcome to the channel. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. We're talking about ankylosaurs today, the armored dinosaurs, although we haven't quite gotten to that. We've got a brand new armored dinosaur just described this week, so we're going to be talking about that. The only thing better than an old dinosaur is a new dinosaur. Well, they're all old, Carlair, but you know that. Anyway. First, we've got a question about dinosaur metabolism, and so we're going to get into that. But, Beglitchery, thank you for the follow. Thank you for clicking that follow button. It's good to have you here. Anyway, be at Easel. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Let me give you another shout out there. Doing some drawing and painting. Very nice, be at Easel. What kind of stuff were you drawing or painting today? Let me know. We just had a question about dinosaur metabolism. What do we think about whether dinosaurs were warm-blooded or cold-blooded, and why do we think this? And so I've pulled up this clip from the 1990s from this documentary, and we're going to use this to kind of set the stage, and then I'll tell you what the current kind of general consensus is about dinosaur metabolism. But first, let's kind of lay out our terms here and you know, kind of see what's been thought in the past. A Mudeng painting. Oh, we were just talking about hippos, be at Easel. We were talking about the natural kind of like sunscreen that they secrete, that they sweat out of their glands. Mudeng, the lovely pygmy hippo. That's super cool, be at Easel. That's super cool. As we now understand, birds are a kind of reptile. So that binary, cold-blooded like reptiles or warm-blooded like birds. Birds are a kind of reptile, so clearly some reptiles can be warm-blooded too. We know that birds are a kind of reptile because they evolved from dinosaurs, and dinosaurs are a kind of reptile. This isn't a super convincing argument because, well, if the animal works, then it works. Like, if it didn't work, it wouldn't have existed, you know? So, like stock footage for this, so they just have like more footage of light shining through a triceratops skull. But what they're talking about here is histology. By cutting open dinosaur bones and creating what we call thin sections so that you can put them on a microscope slide and shine polarized light through them, and then you can look at the microstructure of the bones and see how fast they were growing. Almost like the rings of a tree. Like in a tree stump, you can count the rings and then see how old the tree was. Same kind of idea. So you can tell how fast a dinosaur was growing based on that, which is pretty neat. Dinosaur histology shows that most of these animals grew remarkably quickly, which is consistent with a high metabolism. With warmness also is not necessarily true. Here, let me find you a reference here. Here we go. If dinosaurs were migrating out of, say, the north slope of Alaska, well within the Arctic Circle, if they were migrating out every year, then you wouldn't expect to find baby dinosaur fossils up in the Arctic Circle like that. This shows that, like, these dinosaurs were not big enough to be able to migrate out by the time winter came. They were living there full time, year round. So, like, baby tyrannosaurs and stuff were living there year round. You don't have this with ectothermic, so-called cold-blooded animals, like, say, modern crocodilians or turtles or something. Not a lot of turtles live up in Alaska, you know? Not a whole lot of lizards live up within the Arctic Circle. It's just not a great environment for them. These are critters that were warm-blooded. Okay, here's a link to this. There we go. Of course, it was warmer back then, Terminator Pig, but we also have evidence that it was still cold and snowy, especially during the winters. Here we go. This is from Prehistoric Planet. from
makes a tactical retreat
a couple years ago.
to open ground.
You don't often see this
The
kind of depiction of dinosaurs in the snow, but this is what the evidence shows. You know, these animals lived in all kinds of different climates. You wouldn't have cold-blooded animals doing this, you know? Yeah.
Out here, the herd will be able to close ranks and form an impenetrable wall of armored heads.
And there you go, Golganek. Yeah, that was like a clip art thing that they purchased for that. I'm sure Golganek. Inspired by the Jurassic Park logo. Anywho, here's a link to this if you want to watch the rest of it from Prehistoric Planet. So there is a general consensus among dinosaur paleontologists, among fossil scientists who study dinosaurs, that most, if not all, dinosaurs had elevated metabolisms. There's multiple lines of evidence that you can look at, too. You can look at growth rates, how quickly these animals are growing. Really, really fast growth implies an elevated metabolism, implies warm-bloodedness. You can look at the structure of the bones themselves. You can look at how well vascularized they are. That's a decent proxy for metabolism as well. You can look at, well, shoot, kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum, slightly more speculative. You can look at predator-prey ratios, like Bakker did. You can look at things like integument. Cold-blooded animals generally don't have, like, insulation on their bodies to maintain body heat. Because they're not producing their own body heat. They don't need that. The fact that you've got a ton of feathered dinosaurs, a whole bunch of them at this point, Saurischians and Ornithischians too, that's strong evidence that many of these animals were warm-blooded. You can also do things like look at their bone chemistry. There we go. Long-standing and fundamental question about dinosaurs may finally have an answer. In this study, they imply that some ornithischian dinosaurs, like stegosaurs, may have been cold-blooded. But then there are other studies that say, no, these guys were definitely warm-blooded, based on other lines of evidence, so... I don't know. Taking into account, most of these lines of evidence point toward these animals having elevated metabolisms, and that includes the sauropods here. Alex Speed, thank you for the 12 months of support. I really appreciate it.
YES Paleo Science Paleo Think Paleo.
Alex Speed, thank you for keeping me online for the past 12 months. Holy cow. Good stuff. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, excellent. And we don't have any feathers on sauropods yet, Baja Spencer, but who knows, that could change. I suspect those animals, if they did have feathers, it was only early in ontogeny. Again, ontogeny is the life history of an animal. From baby to adult, dinosaurs changed tremendously as they grew and developed.
Ontogeny.
Ontogeny is what that's called. That's one of the things we talk about so frequently here on Paleontologizing is...
Ontogeny.
Ontogeny, yes indeed. You can't understand dinosaur paleobiology unless you have a firm understanding of their ontogeny, their life histories, how much they change as those individual animals grow. Yeah. Rickrolling us, are you? Only if you really want it, Ungoy.
This was a subtropical delta.
Mother of cats.
Home of the big plant eaters, and of the monsters who chased them.
Monsters like Mother of Cats, thank you for the 6 months of support.
Well, half a year already. Paleo dance, paleo hey.
I appreciate that, Mother of Cats. Thank you for continuing your support of this channel and keeping me here online. Let me pay the bills. I appreciate that very, very much. Yeah. I love science. That's why you belong here, Mother of Cats. I appreciate you. Thanks for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. Gotta support the sciences. I'm grateful. Thank you. Gut says, are paleontologists in high demand in the US? What do you mean by that, Guts? In high demand? Like, are there a lot of jobs for us? No. Definitely not. Maybe, are we well paid for the work that we do? No, definitely not. Are we well respected by the general public? Do people get really excited about the work that we do? Yes, I would say absolutely yes. This is one of those jobs that I think a lot of people aspire to. There are so many kids who dream of growing up to be paleontologists. This is something that it's like a life goal for so many people. And then unfortunately, we're not very well compensated. We're not well remunerated for the work that we do in fossil science. That's why I make a meager living here on Twitch. I'm able to support myself and pay rent and everything. And maybe put a little bit of money into savings. This is what I make here on Twitch is more money than I have ever made in any official capacity as a paleontologist. Anytime that I've had paleontologist as my job title, whether it's, running a field crew, or whether it's working in a museum or whatever, I make more money here on Twitch than I have ever made as like a traditional academic paleontologist. Does that make sense? Is that fair? No, I don't think that's fair. But I know people who might have a PhD and then a postdoc from Yale and another postdoc from Harvard, and then they work as an adjunct professor at a university, and they make, like $14,000 a year. It's like less than minimum wage for the hours that they're working every week. It's nuts. So, no. Yeah.
All of a sudden 42 is washing away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
Thank you, Oliver Sutton. I appreciate you. Thank you for those 5 gift subs. Thank you, God. So yeah. And 14,000, yeah. Yeah, Guts. Yeah. What's a good side job then? Because I'm trying hard to be one. It's tough. It's tough. If you can get a job at all as a paleontologist, it's usually not paid very well. Some people get very lucky, but it's not easy. Shoot. I was talking about this with Andy Farkey when we did a stream from the Alf Museum a few months ago. I can find you that clip, I betcha. Here we go. Yeah. Here we go. So some of you were here for this live. Thank you, EV, for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. This is me and paleontologist Andy Farkey. Here. Can't see him super well in that, but here he is here. Andy Farkey is a dinosaur paleontologist. He helps run the Alf Museum in Southern California. Mariv, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Jay Buds, thank you for the follow. And Pujil, thank you for the 200 bits. Appreciate that tremendously. Thank you. I didn't even realize we've got a hype train going right now. Beautiful. Thank you, Pujil. Excellent. Yeah, this is Andy Farkey here. He's holding a baby Parasaurolophus skull right there. We did a live stream from his museum in, was it, I think, Claremont, California? On my way down to TwitchCon in September.
I have someone who I looked up to when I was a little baby.
Here, hang on. Go back a little bit.
Stratigraphic variation,
Stratigraphic variation.
Yeah.
When they
We'll get to the careers question in a second here. But big shout out to Andy. I need to send him another thank you note for being so cool about the streaming and everything. Maybe I'll send him one of those megalosaur jaws, 3D printed that
cool
as a thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, sorry to interrupt everything, but
no, this really
cool
appreciate it.
trivia.
Yeah.
Very
and,
cool trivia.
Jim was saying in the chat, Malcolm McKenna kept him alive during a field season some time ago. Jim.
Ms. Yvette, thank you for the 245 bits. Very specific number. I appreciate that, Ms. Yvette. Thank you.
Jim was saying in the chat, Malcolm McKenna kept him alive during a field season some time ago. Jim Kirkland is watching right now.
Oh, hello, Jim. Yeah. Hello, Jim.
Yeah, I did field work with Jim the past couple summers, and he was on stream a lot.
Yeah, I've as my own personal trivia.
First one, I'm going.
Jim, since I was in high school, when I first corresponded with him. So
yeah, Papa Jim.
To have life come full circle now.
Very cool.
And, have someone who I looked up to when I was a little baby pre-paleontologist, and now being able to have him as a colleague. So,
that's awesome. Yeah. And before you take off, if you've got just another minute.
Yeah, I do.
A standard question I'd like to ask colleagues on stream is if they have any advice for anybody watching who might want to become a paleontologist.
Oh, yeah.
Like kind of drawing from your own experience and your own story.
Here we go.
Yeah, what advice can you give?
Yeah, I think my biggest advice for anyone interested in paleo is not to limit yourself. I always have loved dinosaurs. Well, since like the age of 4. I haven't always loved dinosaurs, but I've loved dinosaurs since I was...
Since you were aware of them,
yeah. And, I always had a thought that I'd want to be a dinosaur paleontologist.
Yeah.
But I also was really excited to discover there's other facets of paleontology, there's other facets of science that are super interesting and super informative. And I think, I've always been lucky to be able to get a broad background from the people I've been around and also have that broad background to enable me to pursue different kinds of opportunities.
Yeah.
The statistic I always use is, there are...
This is nuts. So, important to hear right here. This was a stat that kind of blew my mind, but you could probably see that live. You can see that in the video, but it's like, holy cow, that's true, huh?
The statistic I always use is, there are more... It is easier to get a job as an NFL quarterback than it is to get a job as a dinosaur paleontologist.
That's
when you look at the NFL draft, there are more quarterback positions every year than there are dinosaur curators positions that open up. So I like to think I'm in an elite class.
Yeah.
I'm more elite that I wish I get paid at NFL level salaries. But I think the point...
Andy probably does pretty well there at the Alf Museum. That school that he works at is... This is the only accredited museum on the planet that I'm aware of that's on the campus of a high school. So he's employed by a high school. That's where this museum is at. But this is like an elite high school, private high school. I can't imagine what the tuition must be there. But anyway.
That's why dinosaurs don't exist no more.
Drew Bianco, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Anyway.
Being that, being able to have diverse paths for your career. I never imagined when I was a grad student that, someday I'd be able to work with high school students at a high school and be able to run a museum in that way. That's not a career path I ever thought would be open.
Sure.
And so being able to be open to different kinds of opportunities, different kinds of possibilities, even though I'm not strictly, my job title is not...
What are dinosaurs?
Oh, you're going to find out. Rid the 13th, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Opportunities, different kinds of possibilities. Even though I'm not like strictly, my job title is not paleontologist, I'm able to do paleontology in a setting.
And so many of us are in this situation
step-by-step
nowadays.
guide to becoming a fossil.
Win528, thank you for the 14 months.
Die.
Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Paleobirds are dinos. 1 paleobirds are
Thank you,
dinos,
Win528.
2
14
paleobirds
months
are
is a
dinos,
long
3
time. Thanks for keeping me here online for that long. I appreciate it. This is something that I talk about all the time. Increasingly, as things kind of, what it comes down to is financialization. As universities and academia at large continues to shrink in terms of the number of faculty positions, and as the bureaucracy grows ever larger, there are more and more bureaucrats hired on at universities and fewer professors. There's fewer jobs for paleontologists. There's fewer jobs for researchers in general. It's not a good trend overall. It's really, really not good. A lot of museums are kind of moving in a similar direction, where their administrative staff is ballooning and their actual research staff is shrinking. So if you want to make a living as a paleontologist, you've got to maybe carve out your own niche. You've got to find some interesting, different, new, creative way to make a living, because those old kind of legacy jobs increasingly just don't exist anymore. Andy Farkey works at a high school. This museum is on the campus of a high school, and he's able to make his living doing that and still conduct research, do field work, contribute to the field of dinosaur paleontology, drive our science forward, and get paid to do it in a job title that's maybe a little bit unconventional. So, I don't even know if he has a faculty page. I bet you he does. Let's see. This is him on fossilguy.com, which is not his website, but he works at the Raymond M. Alf Museum of Paleontology at the Webb Schools in Claremont, California. And, he says, I'm privileged to be in a museum position where I get to teach, do research, and interact with the public. Yeah. Probably the most fun part of the job is when I meet a visitor to our exhibits who is super passionate about paleontology, but maybe hasn't encountered a real paleontologist in person before. I value the opportunity to be an ambassador for the field, and that is phenomenal. You know? That is super, super cool. And it makes me feel wonderful, because that's what I do every day here on Twitch, you know? We really ought to see if we can bring on Andy again for an interview on this channel sometime soon. But, yeah, anywho.
High school students at a high school and be able to run a museum in that way. Like that's not a career path I ever thought would be open.
Sure.
And so being able to be open to different kinds of opportunities, different kinds of possibilities. Even though I'm not like strictly, my job title is not paleontologist, I'm able to do paleontology in a setting.
So he's still a paleontologist. He's still doing paleontology, even if that's not necessarily the job title at that institution.
Being able to speak, being able to communicate in diverse and new formats. The idea of being on a Twitch stream. When I was a grad student, like we didn't even know what it. There was no Twitch. There wasn't Twitter yet, or I guess whatever we're calling it nowadays. Any sort of stream, Blue Sky,
sure,
and those things. And so being able to be flexible and not too boxed into just a single idea of what it means to be a scientist or what it means to be in paleontology.
This is,
and some of my favorite people to work.
This is really, really good advice. That increasingly those legacy jobs just don't exist. Like I was saying, if you want to be a paleontologist, you might have to get creative in the coming decades. So I hope that there are. I am sure that there are aspiring paleontologists watching this right now. People who dream of going into this field. People who want to carve out a place for themselves and conduct research and drive the science forward. And they're wondering, how do I make a living? you might have to get creative. Those legacy jobs are disappearing. Not only that, but there's more competition for them than there's ever been. So you gotta carve out your own niche in a lot of these cases. You gotta find a new way to make a living, to feed yourself, to pay the bills, and still be able to conduct research and do paleontology, to be a paleontologist. You know? And creative like how? I mean, that's the thing, Guts, is I'm able to... This is what I was talking about at SVP. At the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. This is what my poster was all about. I was like, hey, I've been able to make a living doing science outreach full time. That's what this presentation was, you know? By streaming here on Twitch, I'm able to pay the bills, I'm able to fund my research and my field work and everything else. There are so many paleontologists, people who study paleontology, students who are trying to get into the field and then it ends up not working because there's just not enough opportunities. The best advice that I can give is to do paleontology whenever you can. By do paleontology, I mean go out and do field work. Do work in the laboratory. Do work in collections. Talk with other paleontologists. However you can get yourself to do that, do it. And then see if you can make a living in other avenues. You know? So yeah, and the answer isn't the same for everybody. Absolutely, Murph. Absolutely. There are people who... I don't know. When I was at Berkeley today, I attended a seminar talk by a paleontologist, and he just got a job through like the National Parks or maybe State Park Service or something like that. And he was like full academic track before this, you know? Let's call him Smith. And the person introducing him before his talk said, let's introduce, Dr. Smith here. Although he's instructed me to say, he's instructed me not to call him Dr. Smith because, that's his father's name. And his father before him was also Dr. Smith. The point being that, like, shoot, this guy's dad also had a doctorate degree. A PhD or maybe a MD, who knows? And then his grandfather also was, like, had a doctorate degree as well? Like, shoot, there's a long line of this in this guy's family. And so, like, he was kind of expected to be, to seek the highest education you can seek. Like, there's a pedigree there. And that kind of also implies, like, maybe, a class standing as well. It's like upper class. His family had money for that kind of education. I don't come from that kind of a background. Neither of my parents went to college. I was a first-generation college student. And for people like me and many of the people watching right now, like, stuff is more difficult for us. There's just not that history. There's not that script in our family for, like, pursuing higher education, ascending to these upper echelons of the academic world. We're swimming upstream in that sense, in a very, very real sense. People who, when my grandmother was getting her second PhD at the Sorbonne, my family used to summer in the Alps. Like, those people are going to be fine, and they're going to end up getting those those high-tier legacy academic jobs, the curatorships at major museums and stuff like that. That's just the way that the world works. For those of us who don't come from that kind of a background, those of us who have to scratch our way through, we might have to carve out our own niche. We might have to get really creative in order to be able to make a living and still be able to contribute to fossil science in a way that is meaningful to us and helps drive the field forward too. That's kind of what Andy Farkey is talking about here, and I agree with it 1,000,000%. You know? Yeah. Yeah. So, anyway.
Within the profession are those that really don't have paleontology.
Yeah.
And so being able to be flexible and not too boxed into just a single idea of what it means to be a scientist or what it means to be in paleontology. And you know, some of my favorite people to work with in the profession are those that really don't have paleontology as any part of what they do. Some of our fossils that were found here, like the holotype for Gripposaurus monumentensis. The guy who found that was a volunteer on a field crew. He's actually a carpenter. He's
there
not
you go, Terminator Pig. This is true.
Not a paleontologist.
This is true.
Yeah. Of really amazing fossils just because he has the skill, he has the interest in getting out and doing that, and he found a holotype, you know, for a new kind of dinosaur, just because he had like the eye and the dedication and that, and so even.
And Tail Whip, where is your alert? We're having so much difficulty with the alerts right now, but thank you for the follow, Tail Whip. I appreciate it. We're going to be talking about some, maybe not tail whipping animals, but tail clubbing animals in a little bit as we get into our ankylosaurs later on. But I appreciate the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Even though he's not a professional in the sense of being a paid paleontologist, he's someone who does paleontology and has made some pretty amazing discoveries. And I think that's true for like our high school student, you know, Malcolm McKenna, before he was a paleontologist, finding this. And so I think that my big message to come back full circle is, you know, being flexible, being open to different opportunities, being open to different ways of engaging with the science, because there's a lot of different ways to do that. And I like to look at it that way also because it means that, you know, I want everyone to feel like they have a place to be a paleontologist or to engage with paleontology. And so I think the more ways, the bigger we think of paleontology, the broader we think of it, the more opportunities there are for engagement.
Right.
So, and to be a part of it, because it's such a cool field, and there's so many different ways you can get involved, and then turn it into a career working in groundwater protection, or turn it into a career as a teacher, or turn it into a career, you know, doing whatever you're doing. Even better, turning it into a career as an entrepreneur who becomes a multi-billionaire and then
who can fund further field work and research.
We need everyone engaged with the field. Because, you know, it's not just me, it's not just you, it's not just the folks on the watching this right now. It's, you know, everyone all together. So that's my long-winded piece of advice.
Brilliant.
Hello, I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic Park.
And Frickel, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Andy Farkey, everybody.
Good to see you all. And I'll see you around, I'm sure.
Sounds good. Thanks again.
Enjoy.
Good stuff. This was a really awesome stream when we got signal, at least. It was a little frustrating in that signal wasn't the greatest there, but it was wonderful talking to Andy and seeing the displays and everything, and there's a link to that video there in the chat. And Terminator Pig says, Danny made a place for young enthusiasts to talk to experts in real time. Thank you, Danny, doing your part. I'm trying, Terminator. I'm trying. Thank you for helping make that possible with your continued support, Terminator Pig. I really appreciate it. So thank you for that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, I really need to send Andy Farkey a nice letter thanking him for that. I've been so busy lately, but now that SVP is done, maybe I might finally have some time. Oh, things have been nuts lately. But yeah. Let me check on something real quick. Oh, lovely. I've been trying to... Here. Brief digression before we get back into ankylosaurs. I've been trying to use Blue Sky more often. And I'm trying to get into the habit of posting more on there. like with this earlier. Twitter is such a cesspool. Just, it's so broken and gross nowadays that I'm considering completely deleting my Twitter profile. It's just complete dog water at this point, that whole platform. Yeah, I was posting about this earlier. Ankylosaur stream today, and people are, yeah, thank you Nerdarduino for reposting it. Good stuff. Anyway. If you want to be where I'm actually posting things, if you want to be part of a decidedly non-toxic social media site, get on Blue Sky. And let's be friends on there. You know? They're no longer invite only. You can, you know, you can sign up without an invite code. Here's a link. It's good stuff. Just followed you on Blue. Thank you, Discrom. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. And Twitter's a garbage dump on fire. Reddit is getting bad too. Oh yeah, I agree, Terminator Pig. I agree. Oh boy. Anyway. r/paleontology. No, I've never... I took like one look at that subreddit one time and I'm like, oh boy. All of these people very confidently stating things that are just completely incorrect. Like, ugh. I don't know. I don't ever go near there. Yeah. Yeah. You know, Terminator Big. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so I might be completely deleting my Twitter at some point, especially now that they're like scrubbing all these things for AI. I don't want my art and my photos and everything being used to train their you know, AI garbage. I don't want that at all. So we'll see. Yeah. Anywho. On better notes, let's talk about this brand new ankylosaur that we've got from China. So, shoot, let's get into some fossil news here. All right. Our top story on Fossil News, a brand new genus and species of ankylosaur just described from China. Lovely write-up here on Sci News. Sci.news. I was going to say scinews.com. That's not the name of the website. It's sci.news. New genus and species of ankylosaur has been identified from an articulated and partial skeleton found in 1986 in southern China. This speaks to something that I say all the time, that it could be decades in between the initial discovery of a fossil and its eventual publication. This is one of those cases. And that was my favorite dinosaur when I was little, and still is, says Matt MTDC. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Ankylosaurs? Well, it's your lucky day. It is your lucky day there at MTDC, because we're talking all about ankylosaurs today. After this piece of news, after we go over the new paper, we're going to be talking about ankylosaur paleobiology. So, glad you're here. You chose a good day to join us. And what makes it a new genus, Dousty Pants? We'll be talking about that. We'll be talking about the atapomorphies. These new features that set it apart from all other armored dinosaurs. But before we get into that new paper, let's take a look at the press release. The newly discovered species and genus was an early member of the armored dinosaurs called ankylosaurids. Ankylosauridae is the family. Anytime that you hear that suffix, day, Dromaeosauridae, Tyrannosauridae, Ankylosauridae, that is a family of dinosaurs. And what that means, here we go. I'm getting into binomial nomenclature here. Many of you have maybe learned about this in school. Kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. This isn't the complete picture. There's also subfamily, subspecies, suborder, superclass, superphylum, subphylum, kingdom. There's domain above kingdom. But anyway, anytime you hear day, whether it's Troodontidae, Stegosauridae, Ankylosauridae, Hominidae, that's a family right there. So a family like Hominidae, the hominids, this is a group of genera that all share a common ancestor. And genera are species that share a common ancestor. The further down you go here, the broader the pyramid gets, the more loosey-goosey all these things are. So species are a little bit loosey-goosey in and of themselves, but this is an actual real thing in biology. Like, species does have a biological reality to it. These are critters that all stem from a common ancestor, and they, depending on your definition, they all share morphological characteristics. They can all generally interbreed with one another and have fertile offspring within a species. A genus is like genus Homo. The species is sapiens, so Homo sapiens. That is it's a lousy example. They didn't do this well. Baiju's the learning app. You never capitalize the species name. Never, ever, 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 ever. You never do that. You just don't. So they completely, they pooched that one. Anyway, you always capitalize the genus name, you never capitalize the species name. So like Tyrannosaurus Rex, there you go. Lenina, yes. So Tyrannosaurus is the genus, Rex is the species. For our own species, Homo sapiens, human beings, Homo is the genus, Sapiens is the species. The genus is Homo. Hominids are the family, Hominidae, named after genus Homo. When you go up to primates is the order, mammals is the class. Like I said, the further up you go, the more loosey-goosey and wishy-washy and like the less meaningful it is. You know? But species are like a real biological phenomenon. These are critters that can interbreed with one another. They're like a thing. Genera, it's the plural of genus, is a little bit less real in the sense that like it's a little bit more loosey-goosey, a little bit less specific, no pun intended. Genera are, that's a group of species that are related to one another. Canis is a good example. So genus Canis, these are dogs and their relatives, include multiple species. You have Canis lupus, the wolf. Canis latrans, the coyote, who's down there on the far side. You have Canis familiaris, the dog, which is sometimes Canis lupus familiaris. It's like a subspecies of the wolf, if you want to count it that way, whatever. You get dingoes, you get dholes, you get other kinds of critters that are all within genus Canis. Here we go. Canis is a genus of Canidae. Canidae is the family. Remember day? But yeah, which includes multiple extant species: wolves, dogs, coyotes, and golden jackals. All of these critters are part of genus Canis. Caninae is a subfamily of canids, which is within Canidae, which is the family of dogs and their relatives. Which is part of Cynoidea, which is part of order Carnivora. Carnivoran mammals are the ones that have these carnivoran teeth, these carnassial teeth in the backs of their jaws for like chewing on meat. Not every single one of these is a meat eater, but their ancestor was a meat eater. They all evolved from that. So that's cheetahs and bears and hyenas and wolves and raccoons and binturongs, and mongoose and weasels and pinnipeds, like a walrus, and fossa as well. Those are all carnivorans, and then you go further and further up. Carnivoriformes, up into Ferae, and then Ferungulata. You get these critters, and, you know, you can take a look here. Let's zoom up from a dog. Canis familiaris, or let's try Canis lupus. Gray wolf and domestic dog. That's here on our tree of life. And walrus looks a bit out of place. They're very much not, Doosty Pants. They're very much not. We'll talk about that. So gray wolf and domestic dog. Dogs evolved from wolves. So they're really part of Canis lupus. They really shouldn't be their own species, which is why they're not considered that here. And then you get... Here's genus Canis. Right here. Dogs, wolves, coyotes, and jackals are all part of this genus right here. Yeah. You zoom a little bit further out, and you get to foxes, genus Vulpes. Over here too. Raccoon dogs, fossas, excuse me, dogs, foxes, wolves and more, blah, blah, blah. You go further out. Dog-like carnivorans, which also includes the pinnipeds, seals, sea lions, walruses, otters. And further out, all the way until you get to, you know, mammals in general. There's mammals in general right there. Thank you, Wood, for the 12 months there. Appreciate that, Wood. Good stuff. Thank you, Wood. Keeping me online for the past 12 months. Holy cow. Yeah. And there you go, Quake Cat. Oh, you're gonna love Blue Sky. Holy cow. Thanks for following. I appreciate you. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, that's classification, you know? Binomial nomenclature. How did we get on this? Ankylosauridae. So we've got a whole family, Ankylosaurids. This whole group of dinosaurs, this whole family. Ankylosauridae, this is just a smattering of them. This isn't even all of them that have been named so far. No, these are... Man, a bunch of these... might not be Ankylosaurids. Anyway, Ankylosaurids are, they've generally got that big old tail club. They've got armor on their bodies. You know how they are. Ankylosaurids. We're not going to get into Ankylosaurids versus Nodosaurids versus Struthiosaurs versus etc. right now. Let's just get back to this. Our new dinosaur here is dubbed Huaxiazhoulong. Xiaowen. It is from China, and it's got an interesting etymology, an interesting background to that name there. But Huaxiazhoulong, Xiaowen. I hope I'm not completely butchering that. Huaxiazhoulong. It It was approximately 6 meters in length, about 20 feet long. Not bad, says Scoops. Thank you. Huaxiazhoulong. Ankylosauria is a diverse clade. A clade is an evolutionary group where they all come from the same ancestor. It's a family of quadrupedal, four-legged, herbivorous, plant-eating dinosaurs, characterized by parasagittal rows of osteoderms on the dorsolateral surface of the body and heavily armored skull. Yunnan University paleontologist Ziheng Xu and colleagues wrote in their paper. Joe equals Joe. Thank you, Scoops. I appreciate that. Oh, hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing right now? Hi. What's shaking with you? Yeah. Hello, hello, sweetie pie. Uri Zen Lux says, oh, where's my... Do I not have that?
Rampage.
No. Shoot, we're gonna have to play...
Denied.
I don't have the hijacked one. You know what? Let's take a break with Sweetie Pie here, and let's get that. Because I feel like that's a necessary soundbite.
Run your pockets right now.
That's not it right there. Darn, I'm gonna make a note and I'll try and get that when I'm not live. What are you looking at, Sweetie Pie? You keep hogging the camera. There we go. And Cirque, you're not incorrect. Anyway, Sweetie Pie does have that tendency to hijack the stream a little bit. Hope, thank you for that gift to Scoobs. I really appreciate it. Good stuff. Sweetie Pie, would you like some treats? Is that what you're looking at right now? Is that what you're looking for? Yeah. Oh. Okay. Okay. I think we can make that happen. I think we can make that happen. Ooh, yeah. That's the stuff. There you go. What? You don't want it? You're so capricious sometimes, sweetie pie. You're not going to leave those there for Mini Pie to eat, are you? Oh, good stuff. Make it 10 and I'll be satisfied. There's quite a few there. Yeah. Oh, sweetie pie. Oh, crunch, crunch, crunch. There you go, sweetie.
That means then that dinosaurs really did not become extinct, that we have their descendants around with us today, and I think that's fantastic.
That is fantastic, Lordy. Just like those 54 months. Holy cow, Lordy. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Sweetie Pie, did you eat all the treats? That's all of them. Wow. Good job, sweetie. Good job. What do you think? Yeah? Was it good? You satisfied? Oh. Yeah. Anyway, Lordy, thank you for your continued support. Sweetie Pie is grateful too. She definitely is. She was just getting belly rubs and a nap with me. Moved on to treaty. I guess so. That's why she took so long to get here today. You were taking a nap upstairs, huh? That's what Sweetie was occupied with. Okay. That makes sense. Those of you who are new here might not be aware, Sweetie Pie is one of my landlords here, along with 2 other cats who live in this house. They all lived here before I did, and I moved in later on, so I gotta make sure I keep them happy. Lordy and I also live here. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Good stuff. Dusty Pet says, I wish my landlord was happy with Fancy Feast as payment. Yeah, I got a pretty good gig here. I'm not going to lie, Dusty Pants. It's a pretty good gig. Yeah. It's, shoot, yeah. You know, it kind of reminds me of this.
Once we get the cats out of the way, it won't be too bad.
Actually, according to the will, the cats own the house. You'd be their tenants.
Just imagine what we can do with this place.
Anyway, yeah, that's kind of the situation here. Anyway, good stuff. Oh, I'll see you later, Sweetie Pie. Thanks for joining us. Anyway. Yeah. She had her fun? Oh, yeah. She'll be back. Just you wait. She'll be back. She'll be back to stare into our souls again soon, I think, says Casey Snowart. I think you're correct. Yeah, Sweetie Pie, she's always returning. Anyway, let's get back to our ankylosaur here. So ankylosaurs are a diverse group clade of quadrupedal herbivorous dinosaurs. These are armored dinosaurs that walked on 4 legs. Yeah. They lived from the Middle Jurassic to the end of the Late Cretaceous, so from pretty early on in the age of dinosaurs. Linear time here. So dinosaurs first evolved about here, the Ladinian or the Carnian stage of the Triassic period, about 240 million years ago, give or take. The first ankylosaurs that we have are from like the Middle Jurassic. We'll probably find earlier ones, honestly, if some of the talks I saw at SVP are any indication. We'll probably find ankylosaurs from the early Jurassic. Maybe 180 million years old, something like that. But then they go on all the way into the end of the Cretaceous, 66 million years ago. Some of the last dinosaurs on Earth are critters like Denversaurus here. And ankylosaurus, some of the last non-bird dinosaurs, I should say. Ankylosaurus. These are guys that got wiped out by the asteroid when it hit 66 million years ago. So ankylosaurs are a very successful group. They existed for a very, very long time. Until the very, very end of the age of dinosaurs, it seems. And a subgroup of Ankylosauria, ankylosaurid dinosaurs, the ones with those club-like tails, like Ankylosaurus here, are currently only found in Asia and North America. In Asia, they were mainly found in Mongolia and northern China. The fossilized remains of an adult individual of Huaxiazhoulong, Shaowen, were found in 1986 in the deposits of the Tangbian Formation at Longxi Village, Jiangxi Province, southern China. Ben6, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. The deposits are a set of late Cretaceous strata represented by an extensive sequence of red mudstones, sandstones, and conglomerates, the researchers wrote. The set of strata is classified locally as the Tangbian Formation, which belongs to the Gyufeng group, and has yielded some fragments of dinosaurs and dinosaur eggs. So this critter's between 84 and 72 million years old, they're saying here. Excavated by Guangshan County Museum paleontologists, it consists of an articulated and partial skeleton without skull or mandible. So, no skull of this critter. We're completely missing this part here, as you'll see in the paper. Huaxiazhoulong Shaowen is the second ankylosaurid species discovered in China's Jiangxi province, the scientists wrote in the paper. It seems to be a basal member of Ankylosauridae. I wonder if that means it's immature, but we'll see. Anyway, it was published in the journal Historical Biology just a couple days ago. And thanks to Rhacodactylus, who sent me a copy of this paper, a PDF, we can look at the actual paper here. It is unfortunately paywalled. So I won't be able to provide you a link to that, but we can look at it live on stream. So I'll walk you through it. Pull that up right here. There we go. And here we are. Let's go ahead and download that. And let's open it. A new ankylosaurid dinosaur from the Upper Cretaceous Jiangxi Province, southern China. Someone say Sci-Hub? It's not up on Sci-Hub, Demon Prince. Let me show you. It's too new. This paper just came out, so it's not up there. See? That's the thing with papers that are really new, is they kind of need a while to get up there. You know? Anywho, here we go. I can only say I'm familiar with one of the authors here on this paper, and that's Xu Xing, who is one of the best-known paleontologists on planet Earth. Xu Xing is a living legend in vertebrate paleontology, to the point where I've shown this before, I'm going to show it again. He's even appeared in car commercials. He is that well known. Presumably this is his lab, which is why he's an author on the paper.
In the remote district of Liaoning is the world's most concentrated find of feathered dinosaurs. National Geographic grantee Xu Xing and the leading paleontologists from the Chinese Academy of Sciences are out to prove beyond doubt what most world scientists now believe. that all birds
If dinosaurs had not died, I imagine that mammals would still be small creatures like this living in the nooks and crannies of their world, and we wouldn't be here.
Welcome to Paleontology.
Common ancestor, a dinosaur. Their search has already yielded 4 new species of feathered dinosaurs, up to 125 million years old. Some of the most exciting discoveries in fossil records in decades.
I realize that subscribers are not supposed to see ads on this channel, but I'm showing this anyway, you know?
Relying on his Land Cruiser, a remarkable man drives a remarkable Toyota.
And you know what? I don't feel that bad showing a Toyota ad, because shoot, I drive a Toyota, and there are very few companies I think that I would be comfortable doing a sponsorship deal with. This is one of them. Anyway. But yeah. Ads used to be cultural enrichment, says Gamergamersman. Exactly, yes. Oh, boy. Yeah, indestructible. We're not going to go on a rant about Toyotas right now, because they're, again, not sponsored yet. We'll see. One of these days. That's honestly like a dream of mine. I would do a sponsorship for Toyota. Absolutely. I've had several Toyota. My first car was a Toyota. I used to have a Toyota FJ Cruiser. Wonderful vehicle, just a little too big for me. I now drive a Prius, which I have outfit as like a desert vehicle. It's a off-road beast. Off-road tires, a lift kit, special suspension, and an underbody skid plate to protect the undercarriage. That's my field vehicle now. Anyway, not sponsored by Toyota, not yet. But yeah, anyway, Xu Xing was the guy who appeared in that ad, and he's last author on this, which often denotes that he is like, these are his students and collaborators, and he provided maybe some degree of guidance for this paper. Yeah. Let's see if... There we go.
其实在网络之前我从来没有跟英国人交流过。
Xu Xing is the living person who has named the most dinosaurs.
And there's Paul Barrett from the UK, Natural History Museum. Oh, this is cool.
China's probably one of the best places in the world to go to for dinosaur fossils. For the last 20 or 30 years, they've been digging up tons of new material of some really bizarre and interesting dinosaurs that have had a massive impact on the subject.
这些化石对于我们理解这个地球生命的演化的一些关键的一些节点、一些时间、一些事件，都很重要。
Xu Xing says, sorry.
Of new material of some really bizarre and interesting dinosaurs that have had a massive impact on the subject.
Xu Xing says these fossils are important for us to understand. From the key points, eras, and to reveal the evolution of life on Earth. It should be said that China has become a hotspot for world paleontology research. Some would say the hotspot, honestly. As a red-blooded American, it brings me no pleasure to say this, but the locus of dinosaur paleontology might soon be moving to China. There are so many new species and genera of dinosaurs being described from China. There's so much research going on there. Chinese paleontologists are really, really well supported by China in ways that make me, as an American paleontologist, intensely jealous sometimes, you know?
But we really wanted to see 2 big museums out in Sichuan province, which are famous for their dinosaur fossils. In 1995, Sichuan felt like a very long way from home.
Yeah. We could have that here, Booksies. We could. Regarding Paul Barrett, Xu Xing says, I thought he was an English gentleman. With an English sense of humor. That was my impression of him. So there's a stereotype in my head.
But when you're trapped in the same railway cabin as someone for 36 hours, it's amazing what you find to talk about. It was very clear that this was someone who thought a lot about what they said, who was a very modest individual, and that we would get on really well.
I noticed that when foreigners traveled, including Paul Barrett, they often had done some research on China. They seem to know some popular dishes, such as Kung Pao chicken. Oh boy. I remember Kung Pao chicken. You seem to like that.
And I used to really quite like Kung Pao chicken, but after 5 weeks of eating
a little pedestrian. I just found that really funny. Sorry.
It's actually a meal I cannot eat anymore.
Yeah. It was a chance trip, but it changed both their lives.
2-3 week period where we were in each other's company the entire time. This had developed beyond just talking about work to a real friendship. Gave me a lot of information on Chinese dinosaurs that I was able to put into my PhD, and it also set the stage for a longer involvement with China, where I was visiting year on year, again and again, doing work with Xu and other Chinese colleagues.
I would say that this trip strengthened my determination to become a paleontologist and focus on dinosaurs.
近距离观察到一个好的学者应该怎么样做研究，应该有什么样的一个习惯。
To observe up close how a good scholar does research and what kind of qualities they should have.
非常重要的。
These are very important. This is great.
实际上呢，在这个95年
Actually, in 1995, it was very difficult to communicate with the outside world.
这个邮件是很
International mail was very expensive, so I avoided it. So when I met Paul, I was very excited to know all the international research methods, and I hoped he could get me scientific research papers. Access to the literature is, no matter what country you're in, is often difficult. Here in the U.S., it's difficult for researchers like myself who maybe don't have like institutional library access. You know, for paywalled journals, you know, forget the Great Firewall of China. Here in California, here in the United States, it can be difficult to get access to a lot of these papers. You got to reach out to colleagues and ask them to email you a PDF if they happen to have access. And it's nice that most people are very giving about that kind of thing, you know? Yeah.
It was really helpful in translating Chinese papers for us. Some of the key papers on Chinese dinosaurs are, unsurprisingly, written in Chinese, and they're inaccessible to a lot of non-Chinese readers.
Now, in fact, English has become the language of science. It is. We can communicate quickly, so we can promote the progress of science more effectively. 2005, Xuxing starts work on a new fossil discovery. So it was a huge discovery. I was very, very excited.
It's a very exciting thing to find a new type of dinosaur.
They're between 15 and 20 meters high. There's a big old sauropod. Yeah. Nice. Some bigger, some smaller. There are at least 8 to 10 dinosaurs of different ages in this one quarry. Very cool. Xuxing identifies as a new species of sauropod, a long-necked plant-eating dinosaur. So I was a little bit nervous. What? Sauropods aren't my main area of research. I didn't want to make a mistake. What if I did make a mistake? Luckily, Xuxing's old friend Paul is a sauropod expert. Remember, I asked him, do you think my identification is right?
Made up of Chinese and UK scientists that got together in order to describe the material, compare it with dinosaurs from all around the world, and then announce it as a new discovery. Huaxiazhoulong is a new sauropod dinosaur, a relative of the more famous Diplodocus, but an unusual one with a relatively short neck, and also appearing a lot earlier in time than we'd normally expect members of that group.
The discovery of the dinosaur and the identification of its genus. Very important for us. The evolution of dinosaurs in this period.
It's actually a real privilege to work with Xu because he has perhaps been the most important person in framing the whole debate about the origin of birds from dinosaurs through his discovery of dinosaurs with feathers.
Yep. You know that birds fly, they flap their wings, so to connect the forearm to the shoulder is very important. By observing the shape of the shoulder blade, you can speculate the dinosaur's forearm movements so as to understand its way of predation, running, or flapping. They're not all the same. Technology and international collaboration have transformed
boom in dinosaur studies at the moment, and some people have called it a golden age or a renaissance, and it's certainly that. We've got more people working on dinosaurs around the world than we've ever had before, finding more new specimens and using new techniques to really understand them in detail.
Our understanding of the biological world and our understanding of the evolution of life on Earth today is so much better than it was 25 years ago. True. I think the creators of this knowledge come from all over the world. The important thing is that we have to create this knowledge. Because the knowledge of fossils ultimately benefits the entire human race. We're building a knowledge system that belongs to all people. That's beautiful. I agree wholeheartedly. Here's a link to that video there with Xu Xing and Paul Barrett. This gets into something that I talk about all the time. The idea that China really is rising in the world of paleontology to the point where they are a global powerhouse nowadays, and researchers like Xu Xing are at the forefront of that. I would love to be able to visit China at some point. Especially since some of the dinosaurs that I work on are Chinese, things like Liaoningosaurus. I'd love to be able to see some of those specimens in person, you know? To be able to work with Chinese co-authors on this. That would be a wonderful opportunity. So maybe one of these days. Yeah. Anywho. Back to the paper here. We're talking about all of this because we've got a brand new ankylosaur dinosaur from China. This wonderful armored dinosaur. Let's take a look at the abstract. The abstract is like a short summary of the paper. It's like a movie trailer that also gives away the ending to the movie. You know? There are spoilers in here, but they're good spoilers. Huaxiazhoulong, Xiaowen, Gen et Spanov, new genus, new species, is a new ankylosaurid recovered from the Upper Cretaceous Tangbian Formation of Jiangxi Province, southern China. Huaxiazhoulong, Xiaowen, can be diagnosed on the basis of 3 autapomorphies. Autapomorphies are unique features that show that this critter is brand new. That's the purpose of an autapomorphy. It's like, that's an aspect of its anatomy where it's like, shoot, nobody expected that. It shows this is a new animal. That's an autapomorphy. It's a really special thing. So 3 autapomorphies. The middle shaft and distal end of the ischium, one of the hip bones, are expanded. The ratio of the width of the distal end to minimum shaft width is greater than 3 in the humerus, and the maximum length of the femur to humerus length ratio is about 1.45. The latter 2 autapomorphies don't sound that special. Ratio things are always a little squirrely in my view, but since this dinosaur is from a new formation, we don't have any coeval ankylosaurs, like, that's fine. I'm willing to accept that that critter is new, and I'm excited about it. Again, who cares what I think? I don't even work on ankylosaurs that much, but I just want to reassure you as a viewer that, like, yeah, it seems like this critter is new. I think that's legit. And a unique combination of characters. The centra of the anterior caudal vertebrae and anterior view is heart-shaped. The dorsal surface of the scapula is straight. Scapula coracoid is a large medial brace. And the humeral head and deltopectoral crest are separated by a distinct notch anteriorly. So, some subtleties in the anatomy of some of the limb bones and some of the vertebral bones, too, seem unique in their combination. And Kuma Monster, holy cow! I'm sorry our raid alerts are not working, but welcome to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have you here. How are you doing? Thanks for joining us. Holy cow, Kuma Monster, how did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Resin UK, Hamhawk.
I'll give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct.
New Wave Dancing, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Ivanel and Dargor, New Wave Dancing, Guerdes.
Astonishing. Simply
Guerendis, rather.
One of the most singular specimens I've
Dayton Allen, hello to you too. Hello, hello.
But enough about
Where's
my
everybody?
work. What did you want to show me, Lisa?
Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. Thank you, Gothic Richard and Reheat TV for the follows. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Certainly, there are many
We're
more
Andes.
dinosaurs waiting to be discovered.
I agreed.
Many new mysteries waiting to be pondered.
And It's a Ballroom Blitz. I know
Maybe
that
there's even
song.
dinosaurs.
Thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here. Holy cow. And Kuma Monster says, I'm walking here. How are you doing, Kuma Monster? And how was your stream? Let's get another shout out for you.
Hello, I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
It's true.
The extinction of dinosaurs is the absolute prerequisite to the
El
evolution
Quinto
of large
2
mammals and to our
and
own
Mishkin
existence, for that matter.
Mishkin 81. Thank you for the follows. Kuma Monster, how was your IRL stream today? Hope it was real good. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Shoot. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. During the summers, I'm out in the field digging up dinosaurs live in the deserts of Wyoming and Montana and Utah and beyond. But in the off-season, I'm streaming to you from the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area here in coastal California. This is the view from my window here, believe it or not. Anyway, I do live here, though. It's good to have you here. As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I talk about at scientific conferences, what I dig up during the summers. Today we're talking about a brand new dinosaur, just published from China. A new armored dinosaur, these like walking tanks, the ankylosaurs. This new one is called, forgive me if I butcher this, I'm going to try my best, Huaxiazhoulong Wen. The suffix long means dragon in Spanish, in Chinese, excuse me. So, but we're going through the original, like the scientific paper. I'm decoding the jargon for everybody. I was doing that just before you arrived with your raiders, so thank you, Kuma Monster. And, yeah, good stuff. We're talking about these armored dinosaurs today. There's a skull of Euplacephalus, there's an armor plate of an ankylosaur there. We're geared up to talk about these wonderful armored dinosaurs today. Wonder what the Latin name will be? That is the Latin name. That is the scientific name right there. They're not all Latin anymore. You've got a lot of different dinosaur names that are in other languages because... Here, I'll be honest. We're kind of running out of Latin and Greek prefixes and suffixes and root words like that we need to start... We've needed to start naming dinosaurs in other languages too. And China is a huge hotspot for dinosaur paleontology nowadays, and so you've got a lot of different dinosaurs whose names are Chinese-based. Huaxiazhoulong Wen is the scientific genus and species name of this new ankylosaur. So yeah. Anyway.
This is really not what paleontology is like.
And Cow1, thank you. K41, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Since we've got a ton of cool new people here, I figure this is probably a good opportunity for me to call forth our good friend. Hang on, goodness. Previously recorded Danny, who is currently looming over my shoulder. Yeah, he's going to tell you a little bit about who I am, what a paleontologist is doing here on this platform on Twitch, and yeah, what this channel is all about. So thank you very, very much for your raid there, Kuma Monster. I hope you had a wonderful stream, and I really appreciate you bringing your viewers here, including KFC Milk Dude 225, who's got some excellent hearing.
Dinosaur.
Yeah, KFC Milk Dude, thanks for the follow. Thank you, Kuma Monster, for the raid. And now is your time to shine. Previously recorded Danny, take it away.
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you. It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, then you're more familiar with that institution and with my old boss than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights. In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Chasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs. Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Churarchuncus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved. And one of my current projects involves Spinosaurs. But I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana, so I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here. I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better too. I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do. Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you can help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny.
Yourself for a paleontologist.
And thank you, Bundy Fan, for the follow. I appreciate that. And Gameverse Man, thanks for the 5 gift subs there. I really appreciate that, Gameverse Man. Thank you. 5 chatters, 5 lucky chatters won't have to watch any ads for the next month because of your generosity there. I appreciate that, Gameverse Man. And thank you, Kuma Monster, for that phenomenal raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. It's good to have you here. Holy cow. Excellent. Yeah. Your channel sounds really interesting, Kuma Monster. I'm gonna have to check it out. Thank you for bringing everybody here. Again, we're talking about this brand new dinosaur just published a couple days ago. From China. The paper, unfortunately, is not open access. It is paywalled, but I was able to get a PDF of it, and now we're looking through that original scientific paper right here. I think this is really important. Like, this is a big thing that we do on this channel, is talking about, well, going over original scientific literature. You probably hear about new scientific studies all the time, on the news, on the radio, whatever. Like, oh, new scientific study says blah, blah, blah. But it's not very commonly that you probably see the actual scientific paper, you know? Sweetie Pie, my goodness. Deciding to steal the show right now? Thank you, Mipsien, for the follow. Hello. Yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaur.
And Victorious, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. And yeah, Sweetie Pie is back. Oh, how you doing, sweetie? Anyway, Sweetie Pie probably agrees that it's important for folks to see the scientific literature. You know, you hear about new scientific studies, but to actually see one is something entirely different. And so that's something we try and do a lot on this channel, is we'll look at the actual peer-reviewed scientific papers, and I'll do my best to demystify them, you know, decode some of the jargon, just make them more understandable, you know? That's one way of doing science outreach, and I'm proud to do it. So, yeah. Aw, Sweetie Pie. goodness. We appreciate you explaining the terms to us. Of course, Casey Snowart. Yeah. Yeah. You know, it is what it is.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaur.
And Mendrak, thank you for those 100 bits. Lovely. I really appreciate that. Good stuff. Sweetie Pie, do you want some treats? Is that what you came here for? Do you want some treats? Yeah. All right. Let's get that set up, huh? Oh. You know that sound. Yeah. What do you think? Oh, yeah. There we go. Excellent. Yum, yum. Good stuff. Pavlovian sound. Yes, indeed. French Midnight-Eye. Yes. She's already starting to drool. In fact, here it is all over my desk. Gross, Sweetie Pie. You're drooling everywhere. Ugh. Get a paper towel. In fact, this is the last one. Shoot. What do we have here, chat? What might this be?
Dirter. Dirter.
Yeah.
Dirter.
Dirter. Excellent.
Dirter.
Yeah.
A dirter.
I can see that my
Victorious.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Holy cow. 29 months.
Dirter.
Tier 3.
Dirter.
Holy moly, Victorious. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity and your support. And a hearty
dirter
to you, Victorious. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. What do you think of the dirter, Sweetie Pie?
Dirter.
Good stuff. Yeah. What do you think? Do you want to go dir? There, try it. No? Shoot. Whoa, uh-oh, dirter collapse. Flee, run away.
This flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
Ivanel, thank you for the follow.
I will look into your suggestions.
Excellent.
The work of
Thing from somewhere? You bet.
paleontologists.
Yeah, good stuff. And Ivanel, thank you for the follow. Thing from somewhere, thank you so much for the 15 months of support. I really appreciate that thing. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Natuba's not her thing, says Ice Allen. True. There, Sweetie Pie, you're not into the dirter? She's really not. She left a treat on here too, along with a bunch of drool. That's why I got the paper towel. Ugh. You're so drooly, Sweetie Pie. So much saliva. Grody. Anyway. Thank you for doing this. IRL, so very interesting. Ivanel, holy cow, you should, if you watch during the summers, we do all kinds of science outreach live
and in this particular
from the field. Thank you, Golganek, for the 100 bits. Phenomenal. I appreciate that, Golganek. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you, Golganek. Yeah, digging up dinosaurs live in the field is what I do during the summers.
Anyway, let me know if you got any questions, chat. Species of dinosaur here, an iguanodontine. We'll be talking about that more in a little bit as we go sit down in the shade in the quarry there. But
science is like
really
a
glad you're here. Happy Friday.
ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things.
Babylon AVT, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing.
Friday to all those who celebrate. Whether you're watching live right now,
these are just some of the questions that people ask about dinosaurs.
Celtic Sea Mary, thank you for the follow too. Welcome.
Watching later on in the VOD or on YouTube, I'm glad you're here.
We are watching later on. And Hamhawk, thank you for the follow too. I appreciate you. Excellent stuff. Axeman, thank you for gifting Ivan L. Beautiful.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And hopefully, you're already aware that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils.
Yep.
I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. And that's what we're digging up here. I'm privileged to be able to broadcast you live from the field, from middle of nowhere, eastern Utah. Live via satellite. There's the dish and the solar panels over there.
Oh, holy cow, Geo Jim. I didn't even realize. This minute you just raided in. Our raid alerts are not working for whatever reason.
225 million years ago, at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
GeoG Marque on Rave Paleo Dance Paleo Science.
Thank you, Geo Jim, for the 35 months of support, but you probably know as well as I do that 225 million years ago is not the beginning of the Mesozoic era. It's like a full 25 million years too late. It's like 250 million years ago was the beginning of the Triassic period. Anyway, it is wonderful to have you here, Geo Jim. Thank you for the raid and for your continued support. It means a lot to me. How was your stream? I hope it was real good. Welcome, welcome. If anybody would like to follow a real-life geologist here on Twitch, go follow Geo Jim right now. I hope it was a good one. I hope your stream was real good. Yeah, I was just showing off some of our VODs from the past summer out in eastern Utah.
It'll get cold by the time it gets here.
Digging up our iguanodont dinosaurs.
Very hot out.
New species that we were digging up this past summer. For the past 3 years, really. It takes a long time to dig up a new dinosaur. We've got at least 6 individuals from this quarry, probably many more. But that's our MNI, our minimum number of individuals is 6. And there was a talk about this at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Karen Poole presented on this, which I was very excited about. Here's Karen right here giving that presentation a couple weeks ago. Yeah, new iguanodontian dinosaur from the Cedar Mountain Formation, the earliest Cretaceous of Utah. And there's a photo of our quarry right there. And who's this jabroni? That's me.
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver. I never...
Poor John Oliver. Vitologist, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good stuff. Yeah. Shoot, there's me in the acknowledgements. This is Jim Farlow. The back of his head right here. Well-known dinosaur paleontologist. Yeah. Look at the head on that guy. Yeah, that's Jim Farlow's head there, off-trackery. Anywho. Yeah. The guy wearing the hat. Oh, off-trackery. Okay. You're talking about, this guy. Yeah, in the sun helmet. Yeah, that's me. Yeah. And Ivan L says, are your favorite movies the Jurassic trilogy? Your spelling is fine. Don't worry. Those are some of my favorite movies. Jurassic Park, the original 1993 Jurassic Park, is one of my favorite films. Yes. I have a number of other favorite films too, but that's definitely one of my favorites. Absolutely. Yeah. And New Wave Dancing, does he go to South Dakota in the Badlands? I've not spent a lot of time in South Dakota, but I did just get back from North Dakota. I was there a couple weeks ago. In North Dakota. I went to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting in Minneapolis, Minnesota, a couple weeks ago, and on the way there I did a pre-meeting field trip in North Dakota, which was a ton of fun. We went out and collected a bunch of fossils in the Badlands of North Dakota. Fossils like this. There's a lovely fish tooth right there that I found at one of the Paleocene sites. And, yeah, here's me in front of a big cow in North Dakota. This is Salem Sioux in New Salem, North Dakota. The biggest Holstein cow in the world, as she's advertised. And she's got some serious vascularity there. Holy cow. Holy cow indeed, Dr. Prince Bones, yeah. Yeah, look at that. Oh boy. Yeah. Look at those veins. Anyway. One might want to get that looked at, yeah. Lordy, that's the second time you've seen that now, huh? Here, third time. Oh, boy. Yeah, bovine growth hormones. Whoever decided to sculpt this 40-foot tall cow decided this is a very important detail to add. And Obi-Wan Cannoli, thank you for the follow. Hello there. It's good to have you. Leave the lightsabers. Take the cannoli. Good to have you. Thanks for following. Salem Sioux. It's a giant fiberglass Holstein cow. Sculpture located in New Salem, North Dakota, United States. These photos are not as good as mine. That's a cloudier day. Oh yeah. Yeah. Anyway, there's a genus of fossil plant, Susia, rather, that is named after Salem Sioux. Susia. Pretty cool. Anywho. No, but a lot of my work that I do is in, to answer the question, most of the field work that I do nowadays is in 2 states, Wyoming and Utah. I might have some field work coming up in Montana next year, in addition to Wyoming and Utah. And I might even have some additional field work right here in California, in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Just over there. So, we'll see. We will see. Local fieldwork, yes indeed, Yogurt Garrel. Stay tuned. Exciting stuff. We'll see. Anyway. Yeah. And yay, Montana. I used to live in Montana, New Wave Dancing. For almost a decade, I lived in Montana. Had a lot of fond memories from that state. But California was where I was born and raised, and that's my home nowadays, too. Anything fossilized in the hills behind the bridge? I'm sure there are some fossilized things there on Goy, but a lot of those rocks are also too old for large fossils. A lot of that stuff is igneous or metamorphic in the Marin Headlands. Yeah, were you originally from San Francisco? Not from San Francisco proper, but from the East Bay. Babix. Yeah, good to see you, Babix. But yeah, I grew up in the East Bay, like Martinez and surrounding areas. So, here. That'll do. Yeah. So, San Francisco is right here. This is the San Francisco Peninsula. North Bay, South Bay, East Bay. I grew up in the East Bay, so kind of near like Concord, California, over here. And no, it's not pronounced Concord, it's Concord. That's how locals say it. So yeah, Pleasant Hill, Pacheco, Martinez, this area is where I grew up. So from the time that I was born to the time that I was 18 years old, I lived here. And then when I was 18, I moved to Montana. Lived there for almost a decade. And then I moved back more recently here to California, to the Bay Area. Yeah. And Pacheco. What do you mean, Lordy? What? Lordy's trying to needle me here. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and Sweetie Pie has returned. My goodness. What are you doing, Sweetie Pie? What are you after? What do you seek? Oh, Sweetie Pie sees a red door. She wants it painted black. Just like her fur. Just like her fur. Yeah. Oh. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. She sees a red door and wants to be fed a snack, says Harry Vetch. You know what? I think we can make that happen. Sweetie Pie, do you think we can make that happen? Yeah? Let's do it. Yeah. Oh.
I've done a lot of crazy things in my life, but
what do you think? Is it treat time? Is it treat time? What do you think? Oh, she's gonna act all cool, calm, and collected. She's like, oh, I don't even care about treats. I'm just too cool for that. But, oh. Oh, maybe just a sniff. Oh, well. Look at those. Look at those. I don't know, Sweetie Pie. I don't know. I might start taking these treats for myself. What do you think? If you want, I can take them. I can take them. Do you really not want them? Am I being fooled by this cat right now? She's like, oh, well, maybe I can be bothered. Of course. Of course. Oh no, it fell in my mouth. Yes, there you go. Yeah. Well, if you insist. Yeah, Petrodactylus, yeah. Oh, boy. Hemhawk says, do you take your cat on digs? No. The Sweetie Pie would not do well out there in western Wyoming or eastern Utah. It's way too hot. There's not nearly enough scratching posts. There's not enough comfy beds to sit on or stuff like that. Yeah. Sweetie's an air conditioning gal. She really is, Lordy. Absolutely. She's a princess. Yeah. She's trouble gripping the hammer, says Nerduino. Yeah. You know what? I can show you. Sweetie Pie's not very good at that. Here, let's try. Sweetie Pie, can you hold the hammer?
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
She's like, no.
Step 1, die.
Let me caution. Thank you for the 14 months of support.
DJ Markix Heartwave, DJ Markix, big love, DJ Markix Heartwave.
Thank you, Let me caution. I hope you're doing well out there in Belgium. It's good to see you. Thanks for joining us. But yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. No, Nerduino makes a good point. She's not good at gripping a rock hammer like this. That's not really her thing. She's very much an indoor kind of gal, Sweetie Pie. With good reason. And is that a new rock hammer? It's pretty new, Pfizer. I've only used it for a season or two. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, the reason why we're, well, the subject of our stream today is this new ankylosaur and other ankylosaur dinosaurs. We've got a new ankylosaurid just published out of China. The name is Huaxiazhoulong Xiaowen.
Prehistoric time.
Codeman420, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. We went over the press release, and now we're going over the scientific paper. It's good stuff. Oh yeah. The holotype, which is the original scientific specimen here, like the specimen that bears the name, JPM-N-000. JPM-N-000 is a partial postcranial skeleton. So we've got many of the bones behind the head. We don't have any skull material here, unfortunately. It consists of 9 dorsal vertebrae, so 9 vertebrae from the back. Possible sacral vertebra, so maybe one of the vertebrae from the hips. 17 caudal vertebrae from the tail. 2 pieces of coossified tail handle fragments. The handle is the part of the tail club that's rigid before you get to the club part. It's like, the handle of the tail club. And 2 major osteoderms. Osteoderms are the big armor plates on the animal. Like this one that I have right here, 3D printed. There's a big keeled osteoderm from an ankylosaur. Printed life-size. And a bunch of other elements, too. 27 ribs, right scapula left scapulocoracoid, incomplete right scapulocoracoid, sternum, both humeri. Humeri are the upper arm bones. Humerus is the singular. Ulnae and radii, 3 metacarpals, both ilia, ischia, femora, and tibiae, 4 metatarsals, and 3 isolated postcranial osteoderms. The specimen is housed in the collection of Jiangxi Provincial Museum, Nanchang, Jiangxi Province. And here is what we call a skeletal. This is a diagram showing what we have from this animal. And it's a decent portion of it. More than a lot of other dinosaurs. We've got a decent portion of the skeleton here. And these bones are all very similar to other ankylosaurids. That's how we're able to infer the overall silhouette. Is like, we've got complete skeletons of other members of this family. And that's what they look like. That's the general silhouette of them. this silhouette has been altered in order to fit these bones in exactly.
It's a paleontologist version of heaven.
Carl W., thank you for the follow. And are the armor plates extensions of the internal bones? Asked Pfizer. No, osteoderms are bones that kind of float in the flesh. So they're not attached via bone to the rest of the skeleton. We'll talk about this in a little bit when we get into some other pieces of fossil news here about ankylosaurs. But it's kind of like, crocs have got the same kind of deal. Osteoderms. There we go. So there's a crocodilian skeleton skull and, is that Tomastoma? Falscarial? And all the osteoderms. There's some really neat skeletal mounts that also include the osteoderms. There we go. So they don't attach via bone to the rest of the skeleton. They're in the skin. So the name osteoderm means bone, skin. So there's a neat example of that right here. So they're just kind of there above the rib cage and above the vertebral column. With ankylosaur dinosaurs, it's the same way. You know, these critters have got these big old osteoderms. They're crazy what we call hypertrophied in ankylosaurs. They're super overemphasized. These things are really embiggened. They're huge in these critters. Anyway, Wolvula says, but how do we know it's another species? We'll get to that. That's in the paper. And Hylocomium wants to know, is the human patella an osteoderm? That's a really good question, Hylocomium. Osteoderms in dinosaurs like this they protrude out of the skin. The human patella, the kneecap, doesn't protrude out of the skin. At least it shouldn't. If your patella is protruding, seek medical attention immediately. But I don't know, maybe it is. Because it is something that forms later in ontogeny. Like, babies are not born with a patella, as I understand it. Dinosaurs didn't have a patella either. Yeah. The patella, also known as the kneecap, is a flat, rounded, triangular bone which articulates with the femur and covers and protects the interior surface of the knee joint. It's the largest sesamoid bone. It's a bone embedded within a tendon or a muscle. So sesamoid bone, that's the term that we're looking for here. So it's not an osteoderm, but it is a sesamoid bone. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Not sesame oil, sesamoid. S-E-S-A-M-O-I-D. Sesamoid bone. Anywho, let's get back to our ankylosaur here. There's a number of different features that set this animal apart from other ankylosaurs. There's not enough... If they had a skull, it would be like, bow, there it is. The skull looks very different from other ankylosaurs. It's a done deal. But here, their work was kind of cut out for them because they didn't have a skull. So they had to find some other differences. But this animal comes from a different time and a different place than other ankylosaurs. So there's another one called Datai. Yeah. So Huaxiazhoulong, Xiaowen, our new ankylosaur, represents the second ankylosaur.
Work of vertebrate paleontologists.
Metrox, thank you for the follow. This is the second ankylosaur from the Upper Cretaceous Jiangxi province. The first reported ankylosaur is Datai Yingliangis, which is related to Pinacosaurus. But our phylogenetic analysis, the family tree that they were able to come up with by studying this animal and coding its different characters, places Datai within the deeply nested derived ankylosaurids. So that's a more advanced animal. Advanced. More derived. It's less primitive than this critter. There are also some differences between the two dinosaurs. The transverse process of the dorsal vertebra projects approximately horizontally in Datai, but it is dorsolateral in Huaxiazhoulong. Anyway, they also come from different times. So Datai comes from the Zhaoxian Formation, which is Turonian to early Coniacian in Guangzhou. Let me show you what that means. So when we look at a time chart here, I can help decode this for you. So that dinosaur is from the Turonian or Coniacian. So it's from one of these two stages in the upper Cretaceous period. Datai. Whereas our dinosaur, I think, comes from the Campanian. Let's see. Huaxiazhoulong comes from the Tengbian Formation in Fuzhou. We're confident that it is different. Yeah, Campanian. There we go. So, new dinosaurs from later in time. And so, I find that convincing. This is not going to be the same critter. Dinosaur genera and dinosaur species don't last very long. They either go extinct, or they evolve into something new within a few million years. You don't have super long-lived dinosaur species. It just doesn't work that way. And so given that this new one is from a different time, and it looks different in various aspects of its anatomy, it's got several autapomorphies, I'm content with that. This is not the same critter as Datai. Does that make sense? And here comes Mini Pie. Hello, Mini Pie. We have cat number 2 of 3. How are you doing, Mini Pie? Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And evolution doesn't stand still. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Well, sometimes it does, but not with dinosaurs, it seems. Is she any better with a hammer? Let's see, Nerdowino. Let's see if Mini Pie's any better with a hammer. What? She's better with the soundboard. She's pushing buttons there on the keyboard. Mini Pie, what do you think of the hammer? What do you think of that? No? Yeah. Oh well. Oh, Mini Pie. Did she click the applause? She did. No, she did. She, Mini Pie in particular really loves stepping on the soundboard buttons. Yeah. Don't you, Mini Pie? Yeah. Aww. Oh, Mini Pie. Yeah. You're getting some white hairs on here, Mini Pie. Look at that. In your old age, huh? Yeah.
Within minutes, they were finding fossils.
Yagami, thank you for the follow. And King of Paimon, thank you for the follow too. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Oh, Mini Pie. She just wants some attention right now. She doesn't even want the treats that much. Yeah. Oh, I feel those purrs.
I'll tell you another one.
Yeah.
About 250 a million years ago.
Yeah. Or 16 months ago. Bearded Fortress. Thank you for the
Dinosaurs
16
and
months.
cats.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Oh, Mini Pie, thanks for coming to say hello to us. Thanks for participating in the stream. Yeah. Oh, look at your ears. They're like velvet. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And we're 25% of the way to completing our goal for the month or for the week.
Now that's a Cretaceous Potatious if I ever did see one.
Thank you, Lilith Hobo, for the 100 bits. Good stuff. Thank you, Dread Pirate Roberts, for the 12 months of support. Good stuff. Good stuff. Nerduino, thank you for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that, Nerduino. Thank you. Can we see the third cat, please? You know, Moon Pie really plays by her own rules. Those instances are few and far between when she gets up here on the desk. It's been a while since we've had a cat trick, you know? We've had all 3 cats on stream in one broadcast. But we'll see. Oh, Mini Pie, do you want a treat? Would you like that? Yeah. Oh, Moon Pie doesn't like treats. Mini Pie does. The cat right here, as you'll see. But Moon Pie refuses to eat treats, so it's much more difficult to entice her to come up on the desk and appear on stream. Terminator Pig says, I've seen Moon Pie once. Yeah. If you watch Ios's streams, Moon Pie is there all the time. Because Ios is Moon Pie's favorite person in the whole world, and she's always trying to hang out on Ios's desk while Ios streams. But, yeah. Moon Pie likes me too, but she doesn't like to hang out with me while I stream. A Mini Pie does, yeah. Don't you, Mini Pie? Yeah. Let's get you some treats, huh? Would you like that? Let's make that happen. Do you want some treats? Oh. Well. Yeah. Look at that. Oh. Ooh. There we go. Oh my goodness, what riches. How delectable. Yeah, there we go. Lilith Hobo says, is this Ios here with us now? She's job searching right now, but you can follow her on Twitch and watch her whenever you... She usually streams Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights nowadays. We rated her on Friday. It was great. Yeah. Anyway. Mini Pie. What do you think of those treats? Is that some good stuff? Hope you enjoy. Yeah. And Science Streams, it's good to see you, Belint. Holy cow. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, you clean up all those crumbs, please. Don't be leaving crumbs on my desk. This is my workspace. You know? Although, to be fair, you are kind of my boss, so if you're leaving crumbs on my desk, you really can't blame that on me, right? Mini Pie? Yeah. Look, you got one more. What do you think? You're not gonna eat that one? Go for it. There you go. Get those dental treats. Good stuff. Yeah. Whoa. Oh, and there she goes. Well, I guess that's what she was really after. She wanted some treats. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Mini Pie. And here comes Sweetie Pie through the cat door. My goodness. We might have another Sweetie Pie appearance soon, too. Let's try and get through this paper in the meantime. Yeah. The important things to know are we've got some decent material from this ankylosaur. Here's the femur, the thigh bone. These guys have got such ridiculously short, stout femurs. Just... they're such heavy critters. Some hip bones right here. Ischia metacarpals is one of the finger bones. We've got some decent material from this animal. And there, of course, is the thing de resistance. The tail club. This is a deadly weapon. In the hands? No, rears of these animals. So this is the sort of thing that would, oh man. If you're a meat-eating dinosaur, or any kind of animal in this environment, you do not want to get hit with one of these clubs. That's such a goofy illustration there. This is a deadly, deadly weapon. The sort of thing that can break your shins, render you unable to walk. Like this, that'd be a death sentence for a meat-eating dinosaur. This thing swinging around at shin level. Oh boy. So yeah, ankle kill dragon. There you go, Jared Pirate Robert. Yeah, yeah. Murph says my shins hurt just looking at it. Yeah, holy cow. If any of you saw Walking with Dinosaurs, you might remember this scene. It's a little dark, honestly. Oh boy. There we go.
To approaching danger.
There's an ankylosaurus. We now know this animal looked a bit different from this, but there it is. There's Tyrannosaurus Rex, T-Rex herself. Don't say that. They're cleverer than you give them credit for. There's that tail club. Oh boy. And there you go, Deathsaurus. Agreed. Yeah. But we're here for the Ankylosaurus here. Oh. And that's not gonna go well for her. I show you that clip just to emphasize the deadliness of this as an implement. Like this evolutionary adaptation that ankylosaurids developed. That is a solid mass of bone. These osteoderms, massive osteoderms fused onto the caudal vertebrae at the end of the tail. And then these vertebrae here have got these, ossified tendons, and then, like, your post and pre-zigs on here have all fused together to make, like, this rigid handle. It's like swinging around a giant hammer, basically. It's like a huge sledgehammer at the end of the tail. So the base of the tail is flexible and highly muscular. You've got really, really powerful muscles coming down from the hind legs, going and attaching to those transverse processes on the sides of the tail vertebrae. So the base of the tail, very muscular and very flexible. You move further down the tail, closer to the club, and the tail becomes very rigid. It's just this handle, like, you know, like on a sledgehammer. Deadly, deadly weapon. And what do the baby ankylosaur tails look like? They look like this, but not as fused up. The babies don't have this arrangement just yet where the end of the tail is so stiff. Also, presumably their tail club is not as well fused either. Yeah. But holy cow, is that a serious implement? An ankylosaur tail club. I'd love to do a 3D print of one of these, but I don't have the files for it. Oh yeah. Yeah. Anywho, so that's one of the things that this critter has, which shows that it is an ankylosaurid. There's multiple groups of ankylosaurs. You've got nodosaurs, struthiosaurs, polycanthines, and ankylosaurids. The ankylosaurids are the ones that are famous for having this big tail club like that. So that's how we know that this new dinosaur is an ankylosaurid. That and various features, the rest of its skeleton, show that it is an ankylosaurid, but it's got some interesting, like, nodosaurid features in there, too. But that tail club is that's a smoking gun. This animal is an ankylosaurid, which is pretty cool. So yeah, we've got descriptions of the various bones here in the paper. Lots and lots of anatomical detail. And our phylogeny here, our new critter comes out as sister taxon to Jinyun pelta. Jinyun pelta. Did I spell that wrong? What the heck? Jinyun pelta sinensis. Jinyun pelta sinensis. I did spell it wrong. So yeah, it comes out as sister to this dinosaur. So this seems like it's probably this critter's closest relative based on the data that they had, based on the parts of the skeleton that they have when they run a phylogenetic analysis, when they generate a cladogram like this, which is like a computerized family tree, using the information available. This is the result. Is that this critter is the closest relative. Jinyun pelta. Also from China. Nothing too shocking there. That makes good sense. Yeah. And then conclusions. Huaxiazhoulong Shaowen is recognized as a new ankylosaurid from the Upper Cretaceous Tungbyung Formation, and is the second ankylosaurid species discovered in the Jiangxi province. Phylogenetic analysis suggests that Huaxiazhoulong Shaowen is a basal member of Ankylosauridae. The finding of Huaxiazhoulong Shaowen adds diversity to the late Cretaceous of China, helps elucidate the evolution of ankylosaurid dinosaurs in East Asia. Cool stuff. Yeah, it's certainly not a shocking find, but it's nice to have another ankylosaur from China. It helps kind of round out the picture a little bit, and having one from this particular time from the Campanian is interesting. It's cool. This will have implications for the evolution of ankylosaurs in the Northern Hemisphere. With each new paper that gets published on these critters, you know, they're building on past knowledge, and we're starting to figure out, like, what does ankylosaur evolution look like? You know? Scoob says, makes me want to go to China. So much happening. Oh, holy cow. I wonder, there was somebody in chat the other day, I think it was on Friday, maybe it was Dr. Terminator, who who was posting about this new ankylosaur from China, and I asked them what was the species name. Because I had heard at SVP about another ankylosaur discovered in China. And I thought they were talking about that one. But no, there's just so many new dinosaurs coming out of China that of course there's more than one ankylosaur being published in the next couple months. So there's a lot going on in that part of the world. There absolutely is. Yeah. Yeah. And Hanny says, can you tell how they moved from other muscles attached to the bones? I imagine it must have spun quickly. Yeah. It does seem like, these critters are well adapted for kind of turning rapidly. They've got these huge thigh muscles, and their hind limbs are longer and more muscular than their forelimbs. They could probably pivot on their hips pretty well, just kind of spin around like that. And they've got these massive deltoids and trapezius muscles, so they could probably kind of push from side to side with their arms to help kind of spin around with their hips as like their center of gravity. So yeah, absolutely. It's really cool how these critters work. Stegosaurs have a similar kind of setup. These guys kind of take it to an extreme. Because you want to be able to bring that tail club, like your main weapon like that. You want to be able to bring that to bear against any attacker. Talking about a powerhouse, holy guacamole? Yeah, Golganek, absolutely. Yeah. And Dusty Pants says, are there studies of the environment where there is high concentration of bone deposits to project other areas of the world that may also be a hotspot? Dusty Pants? You mean, can we try and predict where we might find lots of other dinosaur fossils? Based on the characteristics of places where we found lots of dinosaur fossils? Yes and no. On a broad scale, yes. Like, we know that you find dinosaur fossils in terrestrial deposits, because dinosaurs lived on land. So, sediments deposited on land are often really good for that. You'll occasionally find dinosaurs in marine sediments too, but they're few and far between. It's not a good place to go looking for dinosaurs. And you need rocks of the right type and the right age in order to find dinosaur fossils. But beyond that, there's not much that you can really do to predict where you would find dinosaur fossils. You need rocks that are from the age of dinosaurs that represent sediments laid down on land. Beyond that, it's more of a question of just going out and looking, you know? Because without boots on the ground, without examining the rocks and figuring out which environments those represent, you can't really predict where you're going to find lots of dinosaur fossils. You need the old Mark I eyeball there, searching the ground, looking for things. It's not like you could just ask a computer where you could find this stuff. It doesn't really work that way. Does that make sense? Yeah. You just stumble across them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Geology is an important part of paleontology. One of the most important parts. Absolutely, yes. Yeah. I can't emphasize that heavily enough. Yeah. You know, the weather and vegetation, but with time being a factor. Well, yeah, Dusty Pets, that's the thing, is that most of these rocks have not been well explored enough where we know what kind of environments they represent. Like, you gotta go out and look first. That work hasn't been done yet. You know, we're still doing exploratory work. It's not like we have a catalog of all these different environments around the world represented in these different rock layers. The best we have are like geological maps that tell us roughly how old the rocks are, and that's... Yeah. Yeah. And peace, love, John, I do have subtitles going right now. That's... You can activate them on Twitch. I don't know what your interface looks like, but they're going. So, yeah. They're on there. And Claire wants to know what the song is called. The file name is Daddy Cool hyphen Rivers of Babylon hyphen Ma Baker. I don't know if that means anything to you, but yeah. Yeah. And Dusty Pence says, how deep down are most of the bones found these days, with the exception of huge craters or canyons? I mean deep down. We find bones on the surface. That's how we find these things in the first place. Here, let me see if I can find you a clip. Do we have a clip about prospecting? Let's search. How prospecting works. Here we go. Talked about this before.
High deserts where you can find dinosaur bones. Western U.S., Mongolia, Chile, and Argentina. It's a lot of exposed rock right on the surface of the ground.
Yep.
So not a lot of plant cover, not a lot of, asphalt.
That's why these areas are the best for finding fossils. Badlands topography, Areas like this, where you just get tons of exposed rock right there on the surface. You can search with your eyes, and when we find fossils, it's almost always that we're finding them on the surface. You could go dig a random hole somewhere, but you'd never find anything. Instead, what we do is what we call prospecting. You walk along and you look for stuff.
Parking lots, it's just exposed rock as far as the eye can see. That is how we find fossils in the first place. A lot of people seem to have the impression that we just go and dig in a random spot. You'd never find anything that way. You could dig and dig forever and you might not find a single thing. The way that we actually find fossils in the first place is you walk along the ground and then you just look for anything that looks kind of like bone. In fact, that texture there looks a lot like bone, but on further inspection, the kind of scraggliness, that texture, that's not actually bone.
No, it's a concretion.
Very bony looking rock. Basically, you do that, you find little bits of bone that are eroding out of a hillside, edge of a canyon or something like that, and then you just try and follow that in, and you see if there's any more coming out.
Yep. It's as simple and as complicated as that. Charlie's Dragon, here, thank you for posting this. Here's a clip of me doing that.
And then, once you have that, and once you have permission to prospect, you're doing everything by the book, out and you prospect. And that basically means just walking along, staring at the ground like this. Not staring, but actively looking, actively searching. Picking up anything that might look like a little fragment of bone. In fact, this actually looks bony right here. No kidding. I think this is some fossil bone.
It is some fossil bone right there. 1,000,000%.
It takes a lot of practice to be able to tell what is rock and what is bone, but I've been doing this for a long time, so after a while it just kind of comes naturally. But, yeah. You look for bits of bone that are eroding out of the surface, and then you try and figure out where they're coming from. Because usually they're spilling out from the side of a hill or something like that. You go find the source, you dig in, hopefully there's a skeleton in there, if that's what you're after.
That's how we find these things.
You're a botanist, you're cracking open rocks looking for fossil plants.
Yeah. But yeah. And Mr. Wedge says, if you find evidence of fossils on the surface, does that increase the chances there will be fossils deeper down, or not really? No, it does. That's how we find fossils deeper down. That's how we find those fossils that are buried. I wonder if I have any more clips saved for helping to explain this. Prospecting. Shoot, maybe not. I need to find some good clips of this. But, here. There's a classic image that I'm looking for. Oh, Facebook, come on. Will it let me access it? There we go. Yeah. This is one of my favorite dinosaur paintings. This is by Michael Skrepnik. We've got enormous bone beds of dinosaurs like Centrosaurus, where like hundreds or thousands of individuals all died in the same spot during some catastrophe like, you know, a big flash flood or a failed river crossing. And then we've got their remains preserved. Some lucky paleontologist or volunteer stumbled upon some bones eroding out of a hillside like this, and then said, holy cow, there's some stuff here. Let's dig in. And then you find this enormous jumble of Centrosaurus bones here. That's generally how it works. You're looking for just hints peeking out of the rocks there. You dig in, and if you're really lucky, you might find potentially a complete skeleton or a whole bone bed. You know, that's how it works. That makes sense? Yeah. And Mr. Wedge says, how deep are we talking? Like dug by hand, or would heavy machinery be needed? It depends where you're working. So, in Utah, for instance, we're really lucky at this site that we call Doling's Bowl that we've got a ton of different dinosaurs here, and we've dug in for the past 3 years.
I know you're fond of saying that you could have, what?
And there's a whole bone bed under there.
100 crews out here every summer for 1,000 years.
It's probably at least a dozen animals that all died in the same place.
Yeah.
You know, and we're just starting to get below.
And this is one quarry right here. There's Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland and assistant Utah State paleontologist Don DeBlue right here. But we've been digging in this hole for 3 years now, and we just keep finding more and more bones. There's other spots like this all throughout this valley, and it's just everywhere. And you could maybe dig down 10 feet deep and just keep finding more and more and more stuff, because this was an area, this lowland environment where these dinosaurs were living and dying, and their bones are being buried, being covered by sediment. There's just stuff all over the place.
You still got root mats coating all our bones here. You know, it's like, you know, we're not into really pristine stuff.
Sure, yeah.
Jim.
And so when Jim says, you know, we've still got root mats here, he means that those are modern roots. So these plants that you see up here, their roots kind of go down into the rock, and they're still coating the surface of these bones like this. We haven't even dug deep enough to be beyond those roots yet. Does that make sense? So yeah, shoot, there's definitely more down there, and those bones will be in better shape too, because they don't have roots trying to pull nutrients out of them. That makes sense?
Like, you know, we're not into really pristine stuff.
Sure, yeah.
Jim Hyperbole Kirkland? I would never say anything like that.
But it's true.
Yeah.
It covers a huge area here, and you know, as we dig, also there'll be nothing.
For 1,000 years, or 1,000 crews for 100 years.
So at the rate we're going, 5,000 years.
Yeah.
You know, a couple weeks here, but it's not going away. You know, and it's always, you know, I've published stuff with John Foster on managing mega sites.
Sure.
Because
yeah,
you know, a lot of sites, you find a dinosaur, you dig it up, and the site's gone. You know,
yeah.
You're done with the site. This is
So that'll be like a one-off where it's like, yeah, we happen to find a dinosaur here. You dig it up. You're done. Here, there's so many different dinosaurs all over the valley floor there. Just all over the place. And you dig in deeper and deeper, and it turns out there's more there. This quarry that we're digging in right here is underneath another quarry with another kind of dinosaur. Mierosaurus is a sauropod dinosaur that was discovered there in Doling's Bowl, and these critters got mired. So they got stuck in the mud there. There's another Michael Skrepnik painting there. So these poor animals got stuck there in the mud, and their arms and legs are preserved in 3D, just going straight down. That's how they got buried. And those are directly above our iguanodonts. So maybe they were thousands of years later, maybe hundreds of years later, who knows? But, yeah. So it's like you go underneath this one marvelous bone bed with all these beautiful fossils, and there's just a different kind of dinosaur underneath. There might be more dinosaurs underneath our iguanodon quarry, you know? That's why Jim says you could have 100 crews there working for 1,000 years and still not find everything. And this is just one tiny little corner of Utah. This is one little bowl-shaped valley there in eastern Utah. And there are so many more of these throughout the state, so many more of these throughout the western U.S. and throughout North America and throughout the world. We have more than enough fossils, 1,000,000 times more fossils than we would need as paleontologists to occupy us at our present numbers for the next few centuries. Really, we need more people out there digging because there's just so much out there. There's so many different specimens to be collected, new things to be learned, data to be gathered.
This is a site like big archaeologic sites like Chaco and things. This site is always going to be here.
Mm-hmm.
And
almost inexhaustible.
Researchers are going to be wanting to approach with new techniques.
Yeah.
And things like, and you know, this is way bigger.
Yeah, thank you again, Claire, for putting that video together. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, hope the new ankylosaur is exciting ever. Thank you, Reiko. Yeah, it is. We're just kind of finishing that up. This new ankylosaur. Huaxiazhoulong is the new genus name. That's the name of our new dinosaur, Huaxiazhoulong. And let's talk about that new name, shall we? The etymology, so the meaning of the name. The generic name, Huaxia, pinyin means China. So Huaxia means China. The zhou means armor, and long, pinyin, means dragon in Chinese. So Chinese armored dragon is what Huaxiazhoulong means. It's a cool name. Chinese armored dragon. It's pretty neat. The specific name, Shaoyuan, pinyin, means painted in the shape of a beast in Chinese, which comes from a cultural relic housed in the Jiangxi Provincial Museum. So they're almost kind of cagey about what that means. It's interesting. But I'm sure it's something cool. Anyway, Huaxiazhoulong. This was just published a few days ago. And already, we're going to have some art depicting this dinosaur by various people online, like this one right here, Huaxiazhoulong. There's another one right there. Got a silhouette on Wikipedia. Another piece of original art right here. People are excited about this, as they should be, you know? Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Yeah. So yeah, welcome to the world. Huaxiazhoulong. Xiaohuan. And Yoink, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Unfortunately, this article is not open access. It's in the Journal of Historical Biology, which is paywalled. So, sorry about that. Yeah, boo, I know. I know.
Access denied. Access denied.
Yeah, nothing I can do about that. Maybe eventually it'll show up on Sci-Hub. Well, you didn't hear that from me. For the meantime, though, here's a link to the press release right there. And, oh, and is it up on ResearchGate? Have the authors actually put it up there for download? Well, well, well. PDF available. Download full text PDF. Let's give that a try. And holy cow. Yeah. Good stuff. Oh, yeah.
Access granted.
Well, well, well. Thank you there, Demon Prince. Brilliant. So this is the thing, is that we as scientists, we don't want our work to be paywalled. We want everybody to be able to read it. It's the journals that try and restrict access to these things. And so sometimes if you go on sites like ResearchGate, the authors of the paper will post a PDF there. And you can download it. Brilliant. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Demon Prison. We would never endorse Psy. Oh, there you go. Science Stream. Perfect emotes there, yes. But here's another thing. I'll let you in on a little secret here. All right. If the paper is paywalled, oftentimes you can email the authors and they'll send you a PDF for free. It's not really a secret. It's just how it works. We're eager to share our work with the world, and that's one way to do it. So yeah. Anyway. There you go. Regadactylus says we're passionate about our research, and we want everyone else to be too. Absolutely. Yeah. And Nerd We Know Yet says often the preprint is out there somewhere, sometimes on a ResearchGate. Yeah. Or BioArchive. And it's not that different from the published version. Yeah. Often it's not as pretty. They might not have the right... The figures might not be finished, stuff like that, but the key information will usually be in there, for sure. Yeah. Saggy Iguana says, I never thought of doing that. Yeah, email the authors. I did that just this week with Darren Naish. Yeah, Darren Naish just published this rebuttal to the to this nonsense. Let's find him on Blue Sky here. There we go. Scrolling down, this was a couple days ago, so... Where was that? Anyway, there it is, yeah. Out today, my paper on the aquatic dinosaur hypothesis of Brian J. Ford, the response to and rejection of Brian Ford's Too Big to Walk, a 21st century effort to reinstate the aquatic dinosaur hypothesis. I guess he didn't post it here, but anyway, Darren's like, yeah, if you want a copy of the paper, just email me. I'll be happy to send it. So I did, and now I've got a copy of that. We might talk about that later this week, too. It's good stuff. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Demon Prince says, it's such a weird concept that publicly funded research is only accessible if you pay ungodly amounts to journals that don't even need to pay the authors to publish the research. Exactly. Oh boy, don't get me started. But yeah, it's a serious issue, and the University of California, for instance, has just outright refused to pay these journals. Like, a lot of their stuff they require be published in open access journals nowadays. They're like, if there's any research coming out of the University of California, we're helping fund that in any way, it needs to go into an open access journal so that everyone has the chance to read it. So the tide is starting to change a little bit there, but you know, we'll see. Yeah. Anyway, if you want to read about this from Darinash, there's that link. And Stapler Double X says, "Yep, I work for UC. We want the research to be accessible." Yes. Excellent. Yeah. And X-Red, how paleontologists feel about the Loch Ness Monster Nessie. X-Red, Darinash is the person to ask about this. Holy cow. Yeah. Here, I'll start you off with a link here. But yeah, we'll do a Loch Ness Monster stream at some point, but let me just say, don't get your hopes up. There's very, very little reason to think that there is anything big and weird swimming around in Loch Ness outside of some seals or dolphins, which have been well documented, you know, swimming up the River Ness and into the loch. And there is precisely zero reason to think that there's anything aberrant like a living plesiosaur or anything like that, you know? Take it from me. If I thought there was even a 1 in a million chance that was the case, that there were a living plesiosaur in Loch Ness, I would be there. Holy cow. There's not a single solitary chance. It's just, there's no reason to... And it's even well documented why people think that there might be a plesiosaur. Like, it all kind of goes back to 1933 and the debut of the film King Kong. Plesiosaurs were on people's minds at the time, and that's what caused some people to perpetuate some hoaxes. Like the famous surgeon's photo and stuff like that. Anyway, it's pretty well documented, like, where this legend came from. And there's no reason to think that there's any, like, basis in reality to it. So, yeah. That's all I'll say for now, but we'll do a stream about that at some point. Yeah. And Mirror Space, yeah, we could do that sometime. We could talk about lake monsters, sea monsters, stuff like that. Talk about legends, and then talk about the reality of fossil organisms and how they're in so many ways so much cooler than the made-up pop culture stuff, you know? So yeah. Anyhow. And the famous photo is actually of a dog. One of those is circulus, but maybe not the one that you're thinking of, the surgeon's photo.
The dinosaurs had not died, perhaps in some catastrophe. No reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be
Bells, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And Hogan698, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I hope you're doing well, Hogan. It's good to see you. Excellent. Yeah, the famous surgeon's photo here is, it was like a plastic model. It was a hoax. Yeah. Again, we'll talk about this on another stream some other time. I don't want to get too into it right now. But yeah. And J.R. Hansen says, my son would like to know what the new dinosaur is called. It's not the easiest to pronounce. But our new ankylosaur, which looks like this, is called Huaxiazhoulong. Huaxiazhoulong. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. It's derived from Chinese, but obviously it's from China. But it's a new kind of ankylosaur. Huaxiazhoulong. There you go, Deathsaurus. Thank you. Yeah, and there's already a Wikipedia article for it, because of course there is. Wikipedia is one of your... It's honestly one of your best sources of information on dinosaurs. because it's extraordinarily well edited, up to date, comprehensive. You can scroll down to the references and actually get the original scientific papers here. Wikipedia is, honestly, your single best source for dinosaur information online. They have bots nowadays that, like, instantly reverse any edits that vandals make and stuff. It's... out of all of the different subject matters represented on Wikipedia, dinosaurs might be the most accurate, just because there are a lot of Wikipedia editors who are intensely interested in dinosaurs, very passionate about this, and they absolutely give their all to make sure that this is extraordinarily up-to-date, comprehensive, well-written, well-sourced, and, like, you get life reconstructions that pop up just a few days after these articles show up. This animal was only published a couple days ago. What was it, like Thursday or Friday last week? Crazy. So yeah. Have you ever made a Wikipedia contribution? I've many, Sagiwana, over the years, yeah. But that's a funny fun fact. Wikipedia workers are dinosaur lovers. In a lot of cases, yes. X-Red, absolutely. J.R. Hansen says, I legit think I have a 3-year-old paleontologist. He quickly knew this is a kind of ankylosaur. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Classic ankylosaur shape. And it's brand new. Super, super cool. iWix Art says, I love the internet. Me too. Good to have you here, Wix. Howdy, howdy. There have been so many new dinosaurs that have been published so far this year. Holy cow. Let's count them so far, shall we? These are just ones published in the year 2024, just this year. The year isn't even over yet. Starting with Alpcottacush, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 new dinosaurs. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. 43 new dinosaurs published so far in 2024. That's almost one per week. Not all of those are going to be valid. Some of them will be sunk. Some of them will be dubious. Some of them will be... they will fade into obscurity, but some of those are definitely legit. And I think our new guy, Huaxiazhoulong, this critter here, will probably stand the test of time, along with a lot of the other ones too. So yeah, good stuff. J.R. Hansen says he loves this channel. I can't thank you enough. You bet. Hey. That's my whole reason for being here on Twitch, is to bring good fossil science information to the people, to answer questions, to get people enthused, excited, interested in fossil science, especially when it comes to dinosaurs, because dinosaurs are that specific aspect of paleontology that I work on. So, glad you're here. Wait till we're out in the field digging up more dinosaurs live. And you can tune in for that, like last year. That was a ton of fun, and I'm looking forward to doing more of this next year in 2025. Oh yeah. Anywho, with that being said, welcome to the world. Huaxiazhoulong, new ankylosaur, brand new dinosaur, super exciting. But that's not the end of our ankylosaur discussion today. We've got some more stuff to talk about with regard to these wonderful armored dinosaurs. There was a really cool talk that I was able to attend at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting a couple weeks ago. And Michael Habib was the author giving the talk. about the armor of ankylosaurs, trying to understand kind of the bony armor of these creatures. Like with Borealopelta right here. This remarkably complete, extremely well-preserved ankylosaur. This is the animal that he was studying for that project. And now there's a press release through Life Science. Armored dinosaur could withstand the impact of a high-speed car crash. Not literally. There were no cars back then, but that same amount of force this animal could withstand, thanks to the bulletproof vest over its plate armor. We're going to get into this in a minute, but first, let's take a look at a video with the same author, the same paleontologist, from a few years back. It's from the Smithsonian Channel 4 years ago. Same author, same dinosaur. Borealopelta, by the way, is... Well, shoot. Maybe we'll lay the groundwork first, and let me show you the discovery of Borealopelta. Because it is almost a semi-tragic story. Here. So this is a mine up in Alberta, Canada, near Fort McMurray. This is a really unusual place to find a dinosaur. Normally we find dinosaurs by going around and prospecting. We look for little bits of bones sticking out of the side of a hill or the bottom of a gully, side of a canyon, stuff like that. Here, you've got this company that's digging this massive hole in the ground because it's a mine. They're after precious materials. I'm not sure exactly what they were after here. We might learn there, but the point is they're digging this massive hole in the ground with heavy equipment, and they find something weird. This is an aberrant dinosaur from the bottom of the ocean. You wouldn't expect to find a dinosaur in a place like this, but that's where it turned up. And occasionally you get this. Dinosaur that died, it got washed out to sea, sank to the bottom of the ocean, and was preserved there in ocean bottom sediments that turned to rock. Oh, hang on, shoot. We're avoiding disaster here. My filament's about to run out in the 3D printer. Oh boy. Oh man, I am so glad that I caught that. This close to running out of filament and then the 3D printer being out of commission for a few days. Close call indeed. Let me go put some more filament into there. And, oh boy, I'm really glad that I heard that. I heard like a weird clicking noise, and that was the end of the filament coming off of the spool. Oh boy, that could have been bad. Ah, so glad I caught that. We're only an hour and 10 minutes away from it being finished anyway. That would have been a lot of wasted filament. That would have been lousy. Now, Iwix Art says, what's this one? I talked about it yesterday, and I got it wrong. The files were mislabeled, and I failed to remember that. I said Falcarius yesterday, and that's wrong. This animal is not Falcarius here. It's a different dinosaur called Nothronicus. Trying to find you a clip. Here we go.
The smartest, quickest, and most dangerous dinosaur of the Cretaceous period.
Yeah, there's Dromaeosaurs there. This is not.
It was well equipped to deliver a lethal blow.
The femur's way too big to be Nothronicus.
Raptors possess speed, killing claws, and
so it's not this dinosaur.
Falcarius shared their forelimbs and swiftness, and provides the missing link between raptors and the full-blown
Here we go.
Therizinosaurs.
Nothronicus here.
90 million years ago, Nothronicus appeared. The size of an elephant, it towered over its raptor cousin.
Yep.
It had the claws of a killer, but its small head and long neck belonged to a plant eater. It looked like a half-plucked turkey and walked like a pot-bellied bear.
They took that line directly from this documentary that the clip is from When Dinosaurs Roamed America. Again, I love that line so much.
Claws of a killer, but its small head and long neck belonged to a plant.
Wait for it.
It looked like a half-plucked turkey and walked like a pot-bellied bear.
Yeah.
Therizinosaurs such as Nothronicus were rare.
Does anybody else go, oh yeah, he just like me? I know that feel. I look like a half-plucked turkey and walk like a pot-bellied bear. That's Nothronicus right there.
They were long thought to have migrated from China. Now, its direct lineage has been uncovered in the Utah desert.
So yeah, Falcarius is probably very well could be an ancestor of Nothronicus. So this is the animal. Animal that we're printing right now, Nothronicus. It's from Gaston Designs, where you can actually purchase a cast. We visited the workshop of Gaston Designs. Over the summer, and I did a stream from there. Here.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah. Huge mastodon with really, really great pathology there. Yeah, that's complete. There's no.
So I hope you realize that, everybody watching. For those of you who may not be familiar with Rob Gaston, you might be familiar with Gastonia, that polycanthine ankylosaur from the Cedar Mountain Formation. That's named after Rob Gaston. So, pretty cool to, I don't know. You're in the presence of, somebody pretty great here. So I hope you realize that, everybody watching. We've got 156 people watching right now, right at the beginning, and that'll probably peak up to like 500 or something.
Okay.
So,
good.
Anyway, yeah. Rob, how long have you
This is such a cool tour of the workshop. It's so cool to be able to talk to Rob Gaston about all this. So he creates these fossil replicas, molding and casting the bones, just making exact copies of them for museum displays, like this Nothronicus here too. Rob Gaston, I think, is the only one who produces casts of Nothronicus here. And right now we are printing its thigh bone, the biggest bone in the body. And it is almost done. Holy cow. I gotta tilt that camera up a little bit, actually, so you can see it. Yesterday, we were printing the rest of the femur, and that sucker's gonna be like... It's gonna be like the size of an elephant femur almost. Well, not that big, not as thick, but it's gonna be impressive when it's done. Maybe we'll glue it together on stream tomorrow. Good stuff. Yeah. And Tone Rebellion says, do you think the similarities between ornithomimosaurs like Dinokairos and therizinosaurs are an example of convergent evolution? 100% Tone Rebellion, yes. Yes. Although they did both evolve from theropod ancestors, so it's not a super crazy example of convergent evolution. It is still convergence, for sure. They developed similar lifestyles, and they developed similar morphologies as a result, with these big, robust arms and large claws, long neck, stuff like that. How long is left on the print? About an hour. Wixarts, about an hour. And no, these are not in the same group, Claire Burr. Dinokairos is not a therizinosaur. It's related to the, Dinokairos is an ostrich dinosaur, along with the other dinocairids. There we go. It's a large ornithomimosaur. It's got a much bigger head than the therizinosaurs do. The vertebrae look totally different. It comes from a different ancestor. But they both kind of end up in a similar place. So Dinokairos right here, and Nothronicus right here. Different ancestries, similar end result. That's convergent evolution, baby. When you get unrelated organisms that evolve to look similar, because they're doing a similar job, they've got similar ecologies, like fulfilling a similar role in the ecosystem, they just grow to look similar. Natural selection molds and shapes them in such a way that they end up being, looking almost the same, despite having different starting points, It's super cool. And are they like cousins? So, not really. Therizinosaurs and ornithomimosaurs, they probably have an ancestry, like a common ancestor that's much further back. Here. So, therizinosaurs are a kind of Maniraptoran. So, therizinosaurs are much closer to birds than ornithomimosaurs are. Yeah. And they all kind of scoot around in, like, different phylogenies that come out in different places. But, yeah. I'll put it this way. This animal, Dinokairos, is more closely related to T-Rex and the other tyrannosaurs than it is to Nothronicus and the therizinosaurs. Does that make sense? That's what we think, anyhow. Yeah. Yeah. And Chatimo.
The terrible lizards.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. What are the point of the claws on a plant eater? Asked John. That's a great question. Defense may have been part of it. If you've got a big meat-eating dinosaur coming after you, it might very well help to have massive claws like this to defend yourself. I'm trying to find, there's this famous painting by Louis Ray. Here, I bet you I can find it in this book over here. There we go. Go to our therizinosaurs. We'll get there. And Kush Bush Crits, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. There we go. Yeah. Oviraptorosaurs and Therizinosauroids. Egg thief and sloth dinosaurs. It's oversimplification. Anyway. Merm. There is that painting. This is what I was trying to find for you. So here's some therizinosaurs trying to defend themselves against some encroaching tyrannosaurs who were eating their babies. Oh boy. Yeah, so having big claws like that can be useful as defense. But also, it surely has something to do with their ecology as well. Since these were plant-eating dinosaurs with long necks, kind of upright, weirdly upright spines, they're probably using those claws to reach up into the branches and pull down food. A lot like a sloth. So, like, here's an illustration of that right here. That's kind of the thing that makes the most sense. These claws are extremely thin from side to side, very narrow. So they're laterally compressed, we would say. Which seems to be an adaptation for having very long claws without them being too heavy. Because you want to reduce the amount of energy that you need to, like, reach out and do this and, you know, pull branches near your mouth and stuff like that. Like you see right there. There was a very, very interesting poster at SVP about a new kind of therizinosaur from Mongolia with a very unexpected way of reducing weight in the hands. That'll hopefully be coming out soon. I don't want to spoil it right now, but holy cow. It's like, I remember seeing it going, what? Is that real? And then seeing, okay, yeah, it's definitely real. And shoot, that makes sense. So yeah, it's exciting stuff. It's exciting stuff. Girl got them nails did, says Cushbush. Yeah. Oh yeah. These are super weird dinosaurs. Therizinosaurs are so cool and interesting, and again, they had meat-eating ancestors, we think, but they evolved to eat plants. And they kind of become big and almost sloth-like, but the thing is, they're not sloth-like. Sloths are therizinosaur-like. These guys evolved tens of millions of years before the first sloths show up. So it's like a giant, weird, herbivorous birdie guy that they develop this bizarre upright posture that is like unlike almost any other theropod dinosaur. They're just incredibly bizarre and super, super interesting and cool. Therizinosaurs are wild. They're wild. Which is why I'm so excited to be printing the femur of a big one right now. And how full... John wants to know how complete their remains have been. We've got a few that are very fragmentary. So like Therizinosaurus, when it was first discovered, we didn't really know what to make of it, because we didn't have very complete remains. So that image up there... Oh, sorry, this is Nothronicus. I'm looking for Therizinosaurus. Here we go. This is all we had of Therizinosaurus for a long time, were the arms and the claws. And part of the hind limb like that. So, like, not a whole lot. And there had been bits and pieces of other animals, other dinosaurs from this group found subsequently that helped sort of complete the picture a little bit. And then, shoot, from China, we had dinosaurs like, Bapiasaurus discovered, where we had a whole honkin' skeletons of this critter. So, like this. Not just the bones, but also preserved feathers on top, too, and other integument like that. So suddenly we had, like, a complete picture of what these animals looked like. So for Bapiasaurus, We got the whole critter, basically. So, yeah. So, like with all things in dinosaur paleontology, if we have one species or one genus that's incomplete, we can use pieces from its relatives, members of the same family, to kind of fill in the blanks. And then maybe eventually we'll find a complete skeleton of that original guy who was pretty mysterious. And we can help refine our ideas about this animal ever further. But you do a lot of like borrowing this bone from here, that bone from there. Borrowing. I'm grievously oversimplifying here. But use those to kind of fill in the blanks a little bit. Some educated guesswork to help complete the picture. So, does that make sense? Yeah. And Deathsaurus says that head looks relatively big compared to other therizinosaurs. Yeah, I don't think this animal is mature. Bapiosaurus, I think, probably represents a juvenile, like a lot of the critters from Liaoning. But, more study is needed. You know? And Jan says, but how do you know they had relatives? All creatures have relatives. That's how phylogeny works, you know? Animals have to evolve from something before them. It's the way the world works, you know? Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Crowscape says, I just spawned into existence. Well, you're an exception there, Crowscape. Doesn't normally work that way. Yeah. Know that these are relatives according to so few bones? Well, that's the thing, is that we've got enough bones nowadays that we can start to figure that out. You know? The more fossils that we find, the more complete our picture gets. So Therizinosaurus was first discovered back in the 70s, I think. Here, let's look it up just to be sure. And here's the thing, when it was first discovered, it wasn't even realized that it was a dinosaur. It was named... Oh, okay. First remains of Therizinosaurus were found in 1948 by a Mongolian field expedition at the Gobi Desert, later described by Evgeny Malev in 1954. It was originally named Therizinosaurus cheloniformis. I don't know why I said originally named. It's still named that. Cheloniformis means turtle form. The giant claws of this animal were thought to belong to a giant turtle at the time, or some sort of turtle-like reptile, because the claws do kind of look like the claws of a turtle in some ways. They're very laterally compressed. Turtles have often got claws that are super narrow from side to side. Yeah. A set of ungulus claws was found in a subdivision of the Namek locality. Yeah. The remains were thought to have belonged to a turtle-like reptile. There you go. And then other paleontologists examined some of the limb bones, the arms and stuff, and said, shoot, these are from a dinosaur. So we realized they're from some sort of big, weird dinosaur. And then as we find more and more relatives of this animal, all the pieces start to fall into place. And now we've got more complete remains of Therizinosaurus, too. I think we have more complete remains of Therizinosaurus. Anyway. You can refer them back to this genus and species. And anyway, you can read more about that here. Classification, timeline of Therizinosaur research. There's a whole article about this, which is really cool because this is a classic case of like figuring out a weird, mysterious family of dinosaurs that were at first known from only very fragmentary remains. And we started to find more and more and more, and the picture became clearer and clearer over time. So check out that article if you're interested. And John, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. But yeah. Pulsen says, do we know what this planet's first animals were besides organisms, etc.? Well, I mean, the first animals were, you know, like very small multicellular organisms. So something that would look a lot like, oh goodness. You know, something kind of like, maybe like a comb jelly or something like that was the first animal on Earth. Something not too different from this, perhaps. Yeah. Here's a neat article about this from Live Science. This is outside of my realm of expertise. I work on dinosaurs. So my handle on this sort of thing is less than firm, I'll say. But yeah. LJ Boots, thank you for the follow. Good to have you. Anyhow. Where were we? Oh yeah, shoot. Boreala pelta. Let's get back to this. We're talking about this ankylosaur, which was discovered in the Suncor mine in Alberta, Canada.
Fossil. Right away, we knew it was going to be something good, but we had no idea how good it was going to be.
They clear away the rock.
If you're gonna lift something like that, you need to build a framework around your thing, you know? So here's a complete Tyrannosaur skeleton, or much of a complete Tyrannosaur skeleton. Here's Denver and Liz, Friedman Fowler here. You build like a steel framework around it, some sort of thing to keep it in place so that it doesn't come apart as you're trying to lift it up. They lifted this via helicopter. There it is right there. Yeah, via Chinook a few years back. Here's an article about that. From the Billings Gazette, Billings, Montana. Yeah. So that's what you gotta do, you know? That's what you gotta do there so you don't get...
At the Royal Tyrrell Museum.
Glue is cheap.
And then, glue is cheap. There you go, Ladina. Glue is cheap, but time is not. This is a miracle worker here. This is Mark Mitchell. He's a fossil preparator. A preparator is someone who is tasked with cleaning the fossils when they get back to the museum. So you take all of the surrounding rock off of them, you stabilize the fossils, you glue them together, It's like you're bringing this critter back to life, in a sense.
Where a crack team gets to work.
Let me pull up another video. For the big reveal. Here we go.
Back in 2011, rock containing an armored dinosaur was discovered near Fort McMurray. Over the past 5.5 years or so, a guy by the name of Mark Mitchell, a tech at the Royal Tyrrell Museum, Mark's spending about more than 7,000 hours gently extracting the fossil from the rock. Now the dinosaur has been named in Mark's honor.
Yep.
I think I'm going to say this correctly here. Boreal Opelta Mark Michelli. Mark Mitchell joins us this morning via Skype from the Royal Tyrrell Museum in...
So, there's the man himself who pieced this together over a half a decade, and then it got named after him. Boreal Opelta Mark Mitchell. That's this dinosaur right here. Was named after this guy because of his hard work.
Now, Mark, did I say that accurately? Is that the correct way to say it?
Yes, yes.
There you go, Ken. Hey, Ken, how are you doing?
Boreal Opelta Mark Michelli. You
There's a tongue twister, but yes.
Yeah, a tongue twister, but how does it feel to have a dinosaur named after you?
This is absolutely fantastic. This has been a childhood dream come true. I've been interested in dinosaurs since I was like 5 years old, and to have any dinosaur, let alone one as spectacular as this one in Africa, it's super cool.
It's super, super cool. Holy cow. Yeah, shoot. Here.
Dinosaur.
I mean, it died and it drifted out to sea. It was a bloatin' float, you know? Yeah, so I'll find you another clip from another channel.
Skin and delicate skin structures.
Here we go. From
miners came across. Its remains were Pelta, the spectacular notosaur that those
PBS Eons. Here's a link to this video.
Its remains were discovered in the early Cretaceous Clearwater Formation, where the fossils of marine reptiles like plesiosaurs and ichthyosaurs often turn up. But scientists had never found any dinosaur material out there until Borrelia pelta.
Yeah. So why do you get?
Well,
why do you get a dinosaur way out in the middle of the ocean? Ocean bottom sediments. Why do you have a land-living dinosaur there?
After its death, Borrelia pelta's corpse hit the seafloor around 200 to 400 kilometers away from the closest shoreline. And
so far
landed
from the
upside
land.
down, which turns out to have been a common fate for notosaurs. Computer simulations suggest that these top-heavy animals would have flipped over pretty easily while floating in the water. So below the waves, Borrelia pelta came to rest in a layer of stagnant, oxygen-poor mud. Traces of burrowing sea creatures were found nearby, but paleontologists found no evidence that the dinosaur's body was scavenged. And when it was discovered, Borrelia pelta
there you go,
was
Deathsaurus.
encased in a tomb of hard rock called a concretion.
That's some Sopranos stuff right there, you know?
As its body decayed...
Yeah. Turns out Borrelia pelta had been, had been talking to the feds. And, when the family found out, you know what they had to do,
Carbon dioxide and other substances
were
released, which changed the chemistry of the water inside the mud around the carcass. Soon enough, a tough layer of siderite, a type of iron carbonate, formed, protecting the dinosaur's remains. But how did it get so far away from the coastline? After all, Borrelia pelta was heavily armored and short-legged, so it was probably a terrible swimmer. And it lived on land anyways, so there's no reason to think that the notosaur swam to its watery grave. It's more likely that the dinosaur's body was washed out to sea. Sometimes after an animal dies and bacteria start breaking it down, gases build up inside the corpse. And if the carcass ends up in a body of water while that's happening, it might start bobbing around at the surface.
That's the float. So it bloats and it floats. This is the term that we use for this, bloat and float. Occasionally you get dinosaurs that are found in ocean bottom sediments far away from, where the land was. And we attribute that to bloat and float.
Scientists call this phenomenon bloat and float. Eventually, those gases escape, the body stops floating, and it sinks to the bottom. And no matter where an animal dies, there's a good chance its remains will get scattered around after death. But the concretion around Borrelia pelta kept most of its skeleton together. Better yet, the rocky shell helped the dinosaur retain its three-dimensional shape, even as layers of sediment piled up on the carcass over time. Between the bloat and float process and the seafloor environment where it landed, Borrelia pelta kind of hit the jackpot in terms of preservation. For example, along with those osteoderms, experts found that the fossil
Look at this.
was also covered with tiny polygonal scales on much of its skin.
Skin!
It
preserved skin.
Out across the skull, neck, back, hips, and even its legs. Plus, many of the dinosaur's osteoderms, along with other parts of the body, were coated in a dark gray material.
Keratin.
This has been identified as a kind of organic film, and it's loaded with the chemical traces and byproducts of keratin. Keratin is a key ingredient in fingernails, hooves, feathers, and hair. And some modern reptiles, like alligators, have keratin sheaths over their osteoderms. Unfortunately, keratin often vanishes without a trace during the fossilization process. But the organic film on Borealopelta preserved the original three-dimensional structure of the keratin sheath
So
that
cool.
covered and linked
So
the
cool.
bony osteoderms when the dinosaur was alive. The ones on Borealopelta's shoulder spikes are a centimeter thick in some places and make up about 25% of the total length of each spike.
And we'll be talking about that keratin in a few minutes here when we get to Michael Habib's work on this critter.
So this
Oh
gives
man,
us a
is it
clear
exciting.
picture of what the dinosaur actually looked like. But wait, there's more. The film of keratin wasn't even the most spectacular aspect of this fossil. This
No.
dinosaur had preserved evidence of coloration and
You heard that right. Preserved evidence of coloration. We could tell what colors this dinosaur was based on preserved color cells, basically.
it came in an unexpected pattern. Some of Borealopelta's scales bear the chemical hallmarks of a pigment called pheomelanin. Judging by the analysis, it appears that most of the dinosaur's back was a reddish brown while its underside was pale. This means that Borealopelta could have been countershaded or darker on its upper side and lighter on its underside.
We've talked about countershading many, many times on the stream, but anyway, I'm just trying to hammer home how important this fossil is and how well preserved it is. And that takes us to this right here with Michael Habib, who had a wonderful talk about this at SVP at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting that I was at a couple weeks ago. This is from 4 years ago. His work is kind of building on this, but here's some preliminary stuff. Oh, Stats Bloke. Well, 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 how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. I hope all is well with you. Thank you for the raid. You came in at just the right time, Stats Bloke and Raiders. We're going to be talking about some really, really cool new findings about an armored dinosaur. Our theme is armored dinosaurs for today, the ankylosaurs. And we're going to be talking about this critter, Borealopelta. This remarkable armored dinosaur. It is exquisitely well preserved. And because of that, I mean, it looks like the critter just lied down and went to sleep, you know? This is like 110 million years old, and it looks like that. Just nuts. It's so well preserved that we can tell what colors it was.
We have much to learn about the age of reptiles.
Just nuts. I-Man, thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. Min Lake Capt, how are you doing? Min Lake Capt, good to have you here. Yeah. Stats Bloke, welcome, welcome. Borealopelta, it's a wonder, this critter. When I was at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting a couple weeks ago in Minneapolis, Minnesota, there was a really cool talk on this critter, and there's a brand new press release, which implies that this is going to be published very soon. This armored dinosaur could withstand the impact of a high-speed car crash thanks to the bulletproof vest over its plate armor. We're just getting into this now, so I'm glad you came in. Stats Bloke, I hope you had a wonderful stream. What were you doing today? Let me give you another shout out here. There we go. More World of Warships. Well, well, well. Hope it was fun. You're losing mostly. Well, you know. At least you tried. With 285 viewers, I don't think you were losing. I think you were having a good stream, and it's good to have you here. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Yeah. The company was good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah. Well, maybe you could have done a little bit better with some ankylosaur armor, because this stuff was crazy strong. I don't know if it could take a 15-inch shell from the main guns of a battle cruiser, but it was really something, you know? Anywho, we just watched some cool videos on Borealopelta, the initial discovery of this incredible animal. I remember when this came out. This was the summer of 2017. This was published. And my crew happened to be digging up our own nodosaur at the same time. I can show you a clip of that, actually. Oh yeah, that'll be in here. YouTube page, media spots. Here we go.
Powered by the Montana Television Network. The 10 o'clock news continues on KRTV, Montana's news leader.
Welcome back. Dan and Lila Redding of Redding Farms have opened their private land north of Rudyard to paleontologists for the past.
Anyway, yeah.
Directly north of Rudyard and 2.5 miles south of the Canadian border, where 5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
Yep. Good stuff.
Husband and wife paleontologists Liz and Denver were taking students on a field trip in the coulee 2 years ago when they spotted armored plates sticking out of the hillside.
This is 2017.
They came back 2 weeks ago to see what they could dig up.
We didn't know before we started digging.
There's my old crew chief, Denver Feller. There's me back there.
But we found its head. We found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
You can see the bottom of it down here, and then the mid shaft is quite nice and solid here, and then it widens.
There's the tibia right there.
The joint.
One of the big shin bones. And I did not know that a news crew was going to be showing up. I didn't even have a sketchbook on me or anything at the time. I had a lined notebook and a fountain pen. A fountain pen. And Denver's like, Danny, draw us a nodosaur. Stat. And so like, okay, shoot. Let me draw this with a fountain pen. This is what I came up with. But that's a nodosaur, you know? It's the same kind of animal as Borealopelta.
Our dinosaur skeleton is 79 million years old, and that skeletons of dinosaurs from this unique time period keep popping up.
Over the last 10 or so years that I've been digging here, we've found some really great fossils.
So that's Liz?
Many of them are new species.
One of my mentors in the field.
The exact age of the rocks where we are right now.
A local high school science teacher explored the coulee about 35 years ago and told the Reddings they were sitting on a dinosaur boneyard. So, the Reddings invited top paleontologists to their property and discovered it was one of the best fossil sites in the world.
Anyway, yeah, that was kind of the summer of the nodosaur for our crew because while we were digging this thing up, Borealopelta was in the news. This exquisitely well-preserved ankylosaur. And we were just drooling over this when the paper came out. I remember sitting in the laundromat. We were having a town day. Like, we'd left the field to resupply, to buy groceries, buy supplies, wash our clothes at the local laundromat, and I'm using the Wi-Fi at the laundromat, and I'm reading about this animal, Borealopelta, looking at the paper as it's just been published, and just drooling over it. There's more work being done on this critter, and pretty good all things considered. Thank you, Ware Whiskey. I appreciate that. Good to see you. Welcome to Paleontology. Yeah. Anyway. What was it, 2 weeks ago now? I was at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology annual meeting in Minneapolis. And there was a really cool talk by Michael Habib about this animal, studying the strength of its armor. New press release about that right here. We're going to get into it in a little bit, but here's a quick video to kind of set the stage. With Michael Habib from 4 years ago. So we're using this to get some background info, and then we'll look at the new material. And was it bulletproof? You'll see, Carpomania.
Mike Habib.
And thank you, Digger. I will see you later. Thanks for being here.
He was meeting with
Get some good.
But
so
just build the perfect armor, though.
According to the latest work on this, this model is probably not strong enough. We'll get into that. But is this animal Acrocanthosaurus? We don't have Acrocanthosaurus from that same exact environment in Canada that Borealopelta is from, but it might be the same critter that was running around eating ankylosaurs and stuff at the time. Acrocanthosaurus is one of these dinosaurs that I feel like doesn't get nearly enough attention. It is so cool. Like, it's got T-Rex levels of awesome bro coolness. And just look at that skull right there. Look at how cool looking that is. Just remarkable, you know? But yeah, it may have been fairly cosmetological. We don't really know, Ken. But big tyrannosaurs had not yet evolved at this point in the early Cretaceous. So your big dog on the block was a Carcharodontosaur, like Acrocanthosaurus. So these are formidable critters. Yeah. Yowza. Now, let's take a look at some of the new work that Michael Habib, that same researcher, has done on this animal, Borealopelta. Sessbook says, how is this accurate? I'm not doubting their desire for it to be accurate, but I don't see how it could be. We're getting into that a little bit. This was something they largely did for the cameras, you know? They got funding from, I think, Smithsonian to produce a documentary about this. Here we're getting into some of the actual scientific work. So, new research suggests that this dinosaur's armor was adapted for fighting between members of Borealopelta, Mark Mitchell. So there's the critter right there. Ankylosaur armor could likely withstand the impact of a high-speed car crash. The best preserved dinosaur fossil on record is revealed. I don't know if it's the best preserved dinosaur fossil on record, but it's up there. Fossil belonged to a nodosaur, a plant-eating dinosaur. Fossil was so well preserved that scientists were able to determine the strength of the keratin plates and the bony spikes that covered them. So here's the thing, is that, like, this critter is so well preserved that the keratin, the kind of like almost fingernail material or horn material that covered those bony plates was preserved there in part on the fossil. And so we can tell how much keratin there would be, but also look at the consistency of it. And rather than just being like a sheath of keratin over the bone, it turns out it's even tougher than that. This is what Michael Habib talked about in his presentation at SVP. He says this thing could tank an F-150 going at speed. Study co-author Michael Habib, biomechanical paleontologist at UCLA, told Life Science. Habib presented his findings on the nodosaur armor on October 30th at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology's annual meeting. I was there. Only the bony spikes remained on other fossils from armored dinosaurs. This is because keratin, the dead cells that make up structures like hair and fingernails, don't fossilize well. So when researching armored dinosaurs like nodosaurs and stegosaurs, paleontologists assumed that the dinosaur's main protection from predators came from the bony structures of armor left behind in the fossil, and that this armor would have been covered by a thin layer of keratin like a turtle shell. But in 2017, an exceptionally well-preserved fossil of Borealopelta was found in a mine in Alberta, Canada. It's stunningly beautiful, just extremely well preserved. Emma Schachner, evolutionary biologist at the University of Florida, who was not involved in the research, told Life Science. The fossil was so well preserved, researchers could analyze the color of its armor, even look into its stomach to find its last meal. No previous armored dinosaur had been preserved well enough to keep the keratin intact. The well-preserved fossil did reveal a keratin layer over the bone, but much thicker than anticipated. Nearly 6.3 inches or 16 centimeters in some places. 16 centimeters. Let me show you on my meter stick here. 16 centimeters is this right here. 16 centimeters of keratin. That is nuts. That's over the surface of the bone. That much of this like horn keratin, almost like fingernail or rhinoceros horn material, that thick over the top of it. That's crazy, you know? And what was biting your ancestors that you needed that? Exactly, Stats Bloke. Why would that level of protection be selected for? Like, why is that necessary? Holy cow. And it might not be biting. Keep that in mind. LTD Swang. Limited Swang, thank you for the 4 months of support. Thank you for the prime.
Every corner of that world.
I appreciate that. In contrast, the keratin sheath over modern cattle horn is only 0.6 or 0.6 inches, 1.45 centimeters thick, Habib said. So think about, you know, like the horn of a cow, which is already a substantial, formidable thing. You do not want to get gored by an animal like this, you know? That's usually like half an inch, centimeter and a half, you know? As opposed to 16 centimeters for Borealis pelta. That's nuts, you know? That's crazy. By looking at the structure and size of the keratin sheaths and comparing them to the keratin armor of modern animals, like the quills of a porcupine, Habib and colleagues calculated the amount of force the nodosaur's armor could withstand. The team also created synthetic nodosaur armor for the Canadian broadcast channel show Dinosaur Cold Case and tested the synthetic armor against the bite force. We saw this in the clip against Acrocanthosaurus. The calculations suggested that nodosaurs could likely handle over 125,000 joules of energy per square meter, similar to the force of a high-speed car crash. These animals were not wearing plate armor. They were wearing a bulletproof vest over plate armor, Habib said. What he said in the talk, too, is that it's not like this is just a keratin sheath over bone. The keratin also had bone embedded within it. It's like a composite material that would make it, he said, not just like a little bit stronger than keratin by itself. He said orders of magnitude stronger. This would be like at least 20 times stronger than just bone or just keratin. That composite of bone and keratin together, he said during the talk, was just astonishingly strong. The adaptation makes sense given their environment. Borealis pelta is living in a world of big, meat-eating dinosaurs, Habib said. They can bite really hard. If you have very stiff, brittle armor that's relying on bone and you hit it really hard, it's going to crack. Instead, the keratin sheaths allow for flexibility and can easily be removed if it does get damaged, similar to trimming a broken nail instead of needing to heal a living broken bone. That makes sense, right? It's almost expendable. It's like, if this super strong keratin does get damaged, it can just slough off. And that's already dead cells. It's dead material. And so, you can just leave it behind. A blade of armor, exactly, Stavros, and that is the exact term that he used during the talk. It's funny, I forgot that until you just reminded me. But a blade of armor, yes, indeed. Yeah. The armor is so strong it could withstand much more force than the predators of its time could deliver. This suggests that the armor may have been used during fights between males vying for females, Habib said. Because shoot, it does seem like over-engineered for just defense against predators, you know? It's one of those enduring questions, are they fighting each other or are they fighting other animals? Emma Schachner said. What they are determining is that it seems like it's more for animal-to-animal combat within the same species. This research also reveals new insight into dinosaur armor in general. Most other armored dinosaurs also likely had thick keratin sheaths, and horned dinosaurs with their armored and weaponized faces and heads, there's a very good chance they are using a lot more keratin than is often modeled, Habib said. This is one of those things that I've been saying for years and years. I've worked on some Triceratops specimens in Montana, but there's this weird, like, layer of stuff. It's not matrix, it's just like something strange over the surface of the bone. It's probably keratin. And we see this in reconstructions of Triceratops in, like this one here. This is from a video game, believe it or not, from Saurian. One of the most accurate, well-modeled Triceratops depictions ever produced for a video game called Saurian. You see that kind of like sheen over the surface of the skull right there, over the frill and over the horns and over the whole face. Keratin. Keratin is one of those things that in living organisms, it's extraordinarily versatile. It can be super hard, it can be used as armor, it can also be used for display. So it's one of those things that we shouldn't be shocked that dinosaurs had too. It's
like modern birds, hollow spaces in the bone.
It's pretty cool stuff. So if we're looking at a dinosaur like Dilophosaurus, for instance, on the opposite side of the dinosaur family tree, this predatory dinosaur, a lot of you are probably familiar with this. You might recognize it from Jurassic Park or Jurassic World, you know, Dilophosaurus. They call it the spitter. Dilophosaurus didn't look like this in real life. In real life, it was much larger, more intimidating, frankly, a lot more interesting. That's real Dilophosaurus compared to the one in the movie, you know? In this video, Brian Eng talks about this and talks about the
largest
keratin.
Specimen with the best preserved crest has areas with thicker bars of bone, reinforcing the inside of the one preserved crest.
This is a big pneumatic thing. Like, none of this might even be visible externally, but it's interesting to note.
Living bone is much more durable than brittle fossils.
Yep.
And so much of the fossil crest is missing or crushed that it's hard to quantify exactly how strong the bone alone would have been. But
way bigger than Velociraptor, Andrew.
Far more durable for another reason.
Keratin.
It's not just
dinosaurs are the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals.
Salewa, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
Extinct dinosaurs that have thin, air-filled, bony crests. There are actually dozens of species of dinosaurs with similar crests that are still alive today.
Birds, like the cassowary. These are dinosaurs.
Even modern
birds are living dinosaurs.
Air-filled, bony crests connected to their sinuses. And all of them sheathe their crests in keratin, the same hard, horny material that makes up birds' beaks.
Yep. And it's often brightly colored. It can be used for display.
Durable material. So much so that large cassowaries can safely run through dense jungles at full speed.
Yep.
Some large hornbill species actually fight with their hollow crests, and some parts of these hornbill crests barely have any bone supporting them at all.
Yep.
The keratinous covering also significantly enlarges the size of the crest in life. In some birds, the keratin expands the size of the crest up to 1.5 times the size of the underlying bony crest.
Yep.
Keratin can also be grown in any color. Thus, these showy crests play an important role in species recognition and sexual display.
Yes,
helping
indeed.
birds to communicate and attract mates. But they have other functions as well. One recent study demonstrated that cassowary crests are an important structure for thermal regulation. By flushing the air-filled crest with blood, cassowaries can offload excess heat, which helps to keep their brains cool in the hot tropical climate where they live. The hollow casques of hornbills may also help to amplify their calls. And because the air sacs throughout birds' bodies are connected back to their lungs, these air sacs help them to be highly efficient at absorbing oxygen while retaining water when they breathe.
Pretty
like
cool.
Modern birds, hollow spaces in the bones of Dilophosaurus didn't stop with the crests on its head. In fact,
anyway.
Dilophosaurus shows
more pneumaticity throughout the skeleton too, but the keratin is the part that we're like concerned with here. Keratin in dinosaurs, I think, is going to be one of these big areas of discovery and new study and new insight over the coming decades. You're going to be hearing more and more about keratin in dinosaurs. Whether it's the armor of ankylosaurs, like in this right here, and let me give you a link before I forget. whether it's in ceratopsian dinosaurs. The horned dinosaurs, with their various horns and frills and like crazy cranial ornamentation, a lot of these critters probably had keratin over the whole surfaces of their faces, which was probably really brightly colored. I love this illustration right here, yeah. Yeah, shoot, all of these different morphologies that ceratopsian dinosaurs evolved would have been exaggerated even further by the keratin over the tops of them. This is something that we're going to see a lot of in the future, I think. So yeah, it's a shock absorber, says Terminator Pig, to a certain extent. It's ablative armor. It's a signaling device, because keratin can be extraordinarily brightly colored. Think of the bill of a toucan, you know? Just like in modern birds, in dinosaurs, keratin served a multitude of different functions, and I'm super excited that other researchers are excited about this, that they're looking into it, because this is something that I've been jazzed about for a long, long time. And, yeah, we're going to see this in armored dinosaurs and ceratopsians and theropods like Dilophosaurus. We're going to see it all over the place, so stay tuned for that. Yeah, holy cow. Anyway, with that having been said, I've been streaming for more than 5 hours at this point. It's time for me to wrap this thing up. We'll be back tomorrow, but for now, let's run our credits here. And let's see if there's anybody else doing some science on Twitch that we can raid into. Don't go away just yet. Let's go make a big splash. It's somebody else's channel. Let's see here. I think... Who else is on right now? Yeah, let's go right into Science Streams again. I'm pretty sure Balint is going to be coming to California, like, tomorrow. Let's go right into him and see what's up. It's Tinker Tuesday. Insect scientist plays Empire of Ants and works on STEM model builds. Very cool. Balint, of course, is an active researcher, a molecular and systems biologist, and a very good personal friend of mine. I might get a chance to visit with Balint tomorrow when he's visiting the Bay Area here in beautiful coastal California. It's supposed to rain tomorrow, and it almost never rains here, so I'm a little disappointed that Balint's going to have to deal with that. But anyway, thank you to everybody who's showing up here in our credits. Followers, subscribers, gifters, cheerers, raiders, moderators, question askers, and chatters, and lurkers, and enthusers, and everybody else. Appreciate you more than you know. We're going to go right into Science Streams and continue the science goodness for this evening. So I'll see you there, and I hope to see you tomorrow for another stream, too. We might be talking about the evolution of birds from dinosaurs tomorrow as we approach Thanksgiving, but we might also get some new fossil news. So tune in tomorrow to see what we're up to. I guarantee it'll